rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, Beatles, under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Before we start this party, before we cut this cake, before we take these pictures, I gotta ask y'all something. Who raised you?
Dad, I love you. Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
Who taught you how to walk? Who taught you how to pray? Who stayed up all night when you were sick for days? Who showed up to the games? Who showed up to the school? Who taught you right from wrong when you thought you knew the rules? Maybe it was mama working 2 jobs. Maybe it was daddy giving all he got. Maybe it was grandma holding down the fort. Maybe it was somebody the world never thought. That I love you.
Here's to the ones who raised us,
The ones who stayed,
the ones who sacrificed,
when we couldn't repay,
the ones who carried burdens we never even knew.
before we celebrate ourselves, let's celebrate you. Dad, I love you. Shout out to the fathers who never got the praise, who went to work exhausted for decades and decades. Shout out to the single fathers doing double duty too, packing lunches, checking homework, trying to make it through. Shout out to the stepfathers who stepped into the fire, loved the child that wasn't theirs and never seemed to tire. Shout out to the grandfathers who became dads again when life called them back into the fight once more to win. That I love you.
Here's to the ones who raised us,
The ones who stayed,
the ones who sacrificed,
when we couldn't repay,
the ones who carry burdens
we never even knew. ourselves. Let's celebrate you. Dad, I love you. Some gave money, some gave wisdom, some gave discipline, some was listening, some gave shelter, some gave courage. Everything needed from content to covering.
Dad, I love
Now we're older, now we understand why your hands look tired, why you took that stand, why you worried so much, why you pushed so hard, why you kept believing when life dealt difficult cards. And if you're still here, I hope you hear this song. And if you've gone home, your lessons still live on. That I love you.
Here's to the ones who raised us,
The ones who stayed,
the ones who sacrificed,
when we couldn't repay, the ones who carried burdens we never even knew. Before we celebrate ourselves, let's celebrate you. Dad, I love you. Mama, daddy, grandma, grandpa, stepdad, single mother, single father, who raised you. Don't wait, tell them thank you.
Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
This record is on fire, and his baby mama's running it back. Ooh. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. Listen, I ain't the one for lying. He wasn't there when you wanted, but he was always on time. Mama used to fuss, say he never called, say he always late, never there at all. And maybe she was right, sometimes she was too, but every time the world got rough, somehow he came through. Car wouldn't start, Dad was underneath, middle of December, laying in the street. Didn't say much, just did what he do. Turned the key one time and somehow came through. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. When it counted the most, oh, he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. Listen, I ain't the one for the line. He wasn't there when you wanted, but he was always on time. Didn't make every birthday, didn't catch every game. Life ain't always simple and people ain't the same. But when them boys got reckless and I got in too deep, Daddy showed up quiet and got me off that street. Never needed credit, never made a scene. Just handled business, then disappeared again. Taught me something powerful without a lecture too. A man ain't what he say, a man what he come through. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. Who fixed the sink? He came through. Who changed the tire? Who changed the tire? He came through. Who answered late night? He came through. Who made it right? He came through. Now I'm getting older, everything's getting clear. Life ain't black and white like it looked from here. Mama told a story, daddy had one too, and somewhere in the middle was the truth. So here's to all the fathers trying to make it do. Single dads, stepdads, the ones that follow through. You ain't gotta be perfect to deserve your due. Sometimes the greatest thing a father do is come through. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. When it counted the most, oh, he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. Listen, I ain't the one for lying. He wasn't there when you wanted, but he was always on time. He came through. He came through. He came through.
Don't grow too fast, stay my baby. World so cold, Lord save me. First time she smiled, man, it changed me. Little pink shoes still drive me crazy.
Don't go too fast, please don't leave me.
One day she gone, that thought is not easy. I gave my heart the day God made her. Now every breath, I feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Terminator.
First time I heard her, I cried inside. Whole life changed soon as she arrived here. Tiny little fingers wrapped around my thumb. That's when I knew what real love was. Used to feel nothing, used to move reckless. Now every prayer got a name in it. Every late night, every hard day, every sacrifice was to keep her safe.
Don't go too fast, stay my baby. World so cold, Lord save me. First time she smiled, man, it changed me. Little pink shoes still drive me crazy.
Don't grow too fast, please don't leave me.
One day she gone, the thought is not easy.
I gave my heart the day God made her. Now every breath,
I feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the two.
she don't know yet how much she healed me. Could say one word and completely rebuild me. Bad days vanish when she started laughing. Whole room light up like heaven happened. One day some man gon' take her head. That thought alone hard to understand. Cause right now she's still running to my arms, still calling me daddy like I'm Superman.
If I leave first, please remember every bedtime, every December, every hug, every lesson. Daddy loves you more than life itself. Don't go too fast, stay my baby. World so cold, Lord save me. First time she smiled, man, it changed me. Little pink shoes still drive me crazy.
Don't go too fast, please don't leave me.
One day she gone, the thought is not easy.
I gave my heart the day God made her.
Now every breath, I feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Before we start this party, before we cut this cake, before we take these pictures, I gotta ask y'all something. Who raised you? Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only.
They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are front drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fix.
If you grab me, I'ma bite you. I swear to God, if you...
Travis made darkness feel cinematic.
Me feed you. Say, let me feed you. Don't grab me. If you grab me, I'ma bite you. I swear to God, if...
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are front drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back like scriptures. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God and a go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse to get your soul redeemed. The body hit a baseline first. Pain make the whole song work. The feeling till it hurt. That's why the whole world replay the verse. Heartbeat move with the drums. Nervous system go numb. Music ain't sound where I'm from. It's electrical waves through the lungs. Bass hit the rib cage, chest start shaking. Low frequencies literally move sensation. Heart sync rhythm through entrainment. Now the whole crowd breathing in synchronization. That's why arenas cross the spiritual fine line. 10,000 nervous systems on one timeline. One hook, one tempo, one guide. Music turns separate bodies to one hive. The best songs leave room in the production space. Let the listener emotionally function. Too many sounds create mental disruption, but emptiness let imagination touch it. Reverb make memories more like tuning. Vocal signatures, emotions are human. Distortion make the pain feel vivid. Imperfection make the nervous system live it. Cause the body detect life through texture, not robotic perfection and pressure. Breath sound, strain, slurs and gesture. Architect music, measure pleasure forever. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. My skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God in a go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse to get your soul redeemed. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. But the host made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made silence. Yeah, floating in magic. Music science, thoughts become waves become memory become behavior become identity. The body record everything, like magnetic tape in the brain. One song can change your whole life, cause emotion physically stains. You lose yourself, ain't just motivation. This chord is all adrenaline escalation. Tension built to the final statement. Now the body released through identification. See you again became grief preservation. God's plan became destiny affirmation. Sunflower became emotional sedation. XO became depressed levitation. These records attached to autobiography. Car rides, heartbreaks, late night trying me. Now the song's tied into biology. Every replay reactivate memory like biology. The brain like a studio mixing a trauma. Heart like a kick drum under the armor. Lungs compressed waveform do the diaphragm harder. Music literally structure, human posture. So when the whole world scream one chorus, it ain't phantom, it's nervous system chorus. Rhythm, memory, emotion, and performance. Human beings, biological endurance, insurance. DJ, electric thrills. My favorite song, give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Repentance, a verse to get your soul redeemed. The body hit a baseline first. Pain make the whole song work. Loop the feeling till it hurt. That's why the whole world replay the verse. Music in through the skin. Got out the whole crowd locked in. Songs don't just play, they imprint inside the nervous system within. Travis made darkness, feel cinematic. Break made pain, sound smooth and attractive. But the post made loneliness, melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness, feel floating in magic.
One more splash!
I'm on the 3, 7. Living it fast, doing the dash. Hope we don't crash, but I'm moonwalking. Had moonwalking. Water, street, real heat, sunlight deep, whole clean water, soul, water, go, young, low, drink, grow, skating, floating, boating, vibing, gliding, ghost riding, skipping, dripping, clipping, sliding, flow on the street like the pavement, waving, law, like Caucasian. Who talking? You talking? That's that what you wanna do, talking, boy, I'm moonwalking. Over now. Had moonwalking. Conscious, got it for cheap. You never did diddly squat on the street. Me hot as can be. Pocket watching the beat. Sermon flow, damn near talking out of order. Breath of life, walking on water. In the pocket like a pool ball. Don't let the age fool y'all. Don't take cool small. I was cool, y'all. On the low. I've been trouble skating, devil hating, levitating, trouble skating, devil hating. Say, boy, oh boy, he levitating. Giving it gas. Living it fast. Doing the dash. Hope we don't crash. They sold soda to the babies and called it normal. Whole hood thirsty, but the poison more affordable. Meanwhile, the body mostly water by design, blood.
Love me, Chad loves me not. Chad loves me, Chad loves me not. Almost no resources, Been through 2 divorces, still wrote 200 books and courses. Of course, it's the source of them balls getting nauseous. Goat sound flawless, more gorgeous than a brand new Porsche. Almost no resources. Pain turned feeling into forces. Fed the community with knowledge, no endorsements. On my square cautious. Almost no resources. Been through 2 divorces and still wrote 200 books and courses. You need to refocus, recalibrate your quotas. If I ain't the GOAT, you don't know what the GOAT is. Drop it like Drake. No skips or bangers. Best friends become strangers. No skips or bangers. No skips or bangers. Best friends become strangers.
Started with pain in the laptop screen. No cosign, no machine behind me. Still turn science into street poetry. Now professors got to study the flow of me. They was chasing chains, I was chasing answers. Trying to save aunties, uncles fighting cancer. Trying to wake the kids up before the damage. Teaching health like survival in the savage. Almost lost everything twice in love. Still came back stronger like it came from above. 2 divorces couldn't break the vision. Pressure made diamonds, not a whole room. Listen, wrote books in the dark while the bills piled up. Now the same people call when they help dried up. I ain't bragging, just a flex on the net. I'm talking heavy cause the work got results and respect. Roll your boat. Am I the GOAT? Is that a quote? No for no. I created the space and time where you flow. Riding waves, I wrote these mindless games for show. Please go roll your boat.
Breaking wind in a goat skin coat.
You with the sheep. Awake while you sleep. Paying attention to me. Needless to mention you cheat. So I pay you no mind. Invest in my time. Sticks and stones. Doggy, it's fine. I said what I meant. Teach whom I'm sent. It's not that serious to force content. I don't use or excuse my kids for views. Overprotective like Jews. But that ain't no news. So am I the GOAT? Is that a quote? No for no. I created the space and time where you flow. Riding waves, I wrote these mindless games for sure. Please go roll your boat.
Breaking wind in a goat skin.
And now they're saying,
how we do all this alone?
how we turn pain into gold.
How we put the whole hood on?
Almost no resources.
Been through 2 divorces, still wrote 200 books and courses. Of course, it's the source of them balls getting nauseous. Goat sound flawless, more gorgeous than a brand new Porsche. Almost no resources. Pain turns feeling into forces. Back the community with knowledge, no endorsements. On my square cautious. Almost no resources. Been through 2 divorces and still wrote 200 books and courses. You need to refocus, recalibrate your quotas. If I ain't the GOAT, you don't know what the GOAT is. Drop it like Drake. No skips or bangers. Best friends become strangers.
No skips or
No
bangers.
skips or bangers. Best friends become strangers.
I talk breath, sunlight, movement, purpose. Only soul sickness wrapped up in curses. I brought healing back fashionable. Made discipline look international. Whole bloodline, eating better now. Mama's got hope babies, living better now. I done seen grown men cry at lecture. Cause somebody finally taught Masons true measures. I was broke, but the vision stayed rich. Had to learn pain, got frequencies in and out. Every room shake when I start speaking. Let the whole world hungry for the deeper meaning. Is bigger than rap, bigger than fame. I turn survival then into a lane. Now the youth scream go when they quote my lines. Cause I gave the hood knowledge at the perfect time. Roll your boat. Am I the GOAT? Is that a quote? Note for note, I created the space and time where you flow. Riding waves, I roll these mindless games for show. Please go roll your boat.
Breaking wind in a goat skin coat.
You with the sheep, awake while you sleep, paying attention to me, needless to mention you cheat. So I pay you no mind, investing my time, sticks and stones, dog is fine. I said what I meant, teach whom I'm sent. It's not that serious to force content. I don't use or excuse my kids for views, overprotective like Jews. But that ain't no news, so the motto is that a quote. No for no, I created the space and time where you flow. Riding waves, I wrote these mindless games for show. Please go roll your boat.
Breaking wind skin, almost no resources. Still good to move, still heal the people, still became the God. He's a movie star. He's a movie, he's a movie, he's a movie, he's a movie, he's a movie star. He's a movie star. Fly like the spirit, fly like belt, fly, 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 fly like Gucci, fly like Shell, fly like Snoopy, fly like Cooley, fly like movie, fly like movie. Almost no resources, been through 2 divorces, still broke 200 books and courses. Of course, it's the source of them balls getting nauseous. Cold sound flawless, more gorgeous than a brand new Porsche. Almost no resources. Pain. Been through 2 divorces. Still wrote 200 books and courses. Of course, it's the source of them balls getting nauseous. Go sound flawless, more gorgeous than a brand new Porsche. Almost no resources. Pain. Been through 2 divorces. Still wrote 200 books and courses. Of course, it's the source of them balls.
Oh man. Peace to the family out there. Yo, y'all have no idea. The devil is always busy. I'm serious. I was riding my bike, right? Listen to this. I was riding my bike. I so appreciate you for the super chat. Let me thank you for the super chat. I definitely appreciate you for the super chat. And anybody who sent me a Cash App today, I appreciate the Cash Apps. So y'all know how I get down by now, right? Y'all don't judge me. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate y'all for providing me a judge-free space, you know, where you know what I mean, where we could just like, if nobody in the world understands us, we, you see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I know it's that time of the year, you know what I mean? And so Chase and Caleb and Chloe, you know, affectionately known as the big kids, even though they're not really the big kids. They're the bigger kids now. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, they on a team, and their coach is like really like believing in them and pumping them up, and you know, so now he's got them, they doing like gym sessions and all that. So of course, y'all know me, right? I gotta be in. You feel me? I gotta be in. Gym sessions, I gotta be in this. You feel me? So I ride my bike to the gym. You know what I'm saying? Now, it was a rough bike ride. I can't lie. It was a bike ride. I thought, I don't know what I actually, yeah. Let me be transparent. I don't know what I thought. You know what I'm saying? But it was, yeah, it's in my mind. It was like, okay, 20 minutes, a 20-minute bike ride. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a 20-minute bike ride. I'm thinking, back in the days, it used to be like mad under, like slow. You know, when you go to Google and you press directions and it gives you options, right? Like you can get the car, walking or riding your bike. Like you can get options of the directions. So back in the days, it used to be like if you choose the bicycle, it will always be like old fogies type of speed. So if you see 45 minutes, you should assume that it's 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Because respectfully, that's usually what it is. It's usually like twice as long as it should be. This time, it seemed like it was half as long as it should be. It said 45 minutes, but it was really like a 90. It's really like a 90. You know what I'm saying? It felt like that anyway. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I rode my bike up to the gym. I had a good workout with the kids, with the coach and everything. We did our thing. We represented, melanin versus diabetes. We represented. We looked official up in there. We ain't look, you know what I mean? We look how we were supposed to look. Even though I'm coming off of a usual, hibernation belly, we still looked, how we were supposed to look. We looked official, I'm going to have to take accountability and attribute at least 50% of this situation to ego tripping. Ego tripping. I was feeling myself on the way home. You know what I'm saying? And the way that I rode my bike there was a couple of stretches where there was no road. You know what I'm saying? Just construction or gravel or, you know what I'm saying? Like off-road, highway, like. So I didn't go back the way I came. I was like, okay, let's not do that again. Let's try to map out something new and go this way. So I'm saying that to say this part. So I'm not expecting this little situation. So anyway, I got my headphones on, right? And I'm, you know what I mean? And then I'm, the Drake, you know what I'm saying, came on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm doing the Drake. Listen, and I'm doing the Drake, you know what I mean? And then the Drake went off. You know what I'm saying? And then some Dr. Pepper joints came on, you know what I mean? And I got my hands in the air. And it's like I'm in it's a cloudy, it's already cloudy. Like, let me add that to the story. It's cloudy. And then there's this like low tree branches combine at the same time with this crazy pothole. It did not end well for me. It did not end well for me. That's all I could say is it didn't end well for me. And I wish it was such a theatrical fall. It's one of those falls where you wish that somebody had caught it on video. You know what I'm saying? Like you wish you had it on video. I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one of those falls where you'd be like, ooh, 911. Ooh, 911. You just admit those are the two reactions you would have if you seen that happen, especially to somebody you know, even if that happened to a stranger. You'd be like, ooh, 911. But if that happened to somebody you know, definitely like, ooh, 911. Yeah. Because it was like my hands was in the air. And then next thing you knew, like my neck was on the ground and the bike was in the air. Bro, I'm telling you, this it was bad. It was bad. And then it was so crazy that the only injury I really got was the star that the bike chain goes around. The star went into my foot. The star went into my foot. So I had 3 holes, 3 big holes from the star. Like when the bike went up, it was up, but it was like, I guess my foot, on my, I don't know, but by the time I got home, I had a shoe full of blood. I had a foot full of blood. Yeah. I had a foot full of blood. This is the furthest I've been away from my bed in the last few days. I just couldn't not go live, but this is the furthest I've been. This is the furthest I've been away from my bed. Yeah. This is the furthest, especially to say like showing out. But I got these big, thick shoes on. You know what I'm saying? But I've been walking around with a cane and really haven't left my bed area. Yeah. Showing out, man. Y'all know me this time of year. You know, I be trying to keep up with the children. I be trying to keep up with the children, you know what I'm saying? And that's easy when they small, you know? The bigger they get, the more difficult it becomes to keep up with them. I don't know, I think I'm going through midlife crisis this year. I think this year I'm going through midlife crisis. God said I got some more writing to do. Listen, God, listen, that's a message that's constant. That's a message that's constant. You know, a new book just came out today. You know, a new book just came out today as you reminded me. But definitely God is not letting up on that at all. Yeah, so new book just dropped today. Yeah, so the writing is still writing. The writing is still writing. New book just dropped today. Yeah, the books have not stopped dropping. Books have not stopped dropping. This book right here has a CD cover, the same CD cover. Yeah, same CD cover. In fact, let me see something. I wonder if okay. Yeah. Okay, so look, this right here is Amazon Music. There you go, right there. Boom. So yeah, you got a album that's out, and then you got a book that's out as well. Yeah. So that's the album and that's the book. So the work is definitely still working. Listen. Bro, listen. If y'all don't know, this is one of the new songs that just dropped. Right? Go grab the music. If you're not one of our Spotify listeners, please become a Spotify listener. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. G Lock doing it how it's supposed to be done. No, I'm happy to just be walking around. I'm happy to be walking around. I'm good. I'm happy to be walking around. But I'm excited about the books. Let's walk through some of this. Let's walk through some of these. Let's walk through some of these some of this information. So let's walk through some of this. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yo, I ain't gonna hold you. I remember the first time I was walking down the street and I heard an album. One of my albums that like playing in somebody's car. It was crazy. It was crazy. I can't wait to have that same thing happen with Dr. Kepper music. Like, hear somebody playing it outside in the world. I've heard it played in cars, obviously, because I'm playing in the car, right? But not like just happenstance where I happen to be somewhere and somebody happens to also be there playing it in the car. I haven't just heard it like that yet. Yeah, bro. Nah, it's definitely a fast recovery because anybody else, they were supposed to go straight to the hospital. They were supposed to go straight to the hospital, but I did my Dr. Inky thing, and God, God willing, God blessed, God blessed me with a little Wolverine situation. You know what I mean? But it was crazy. It was scary too. It was scary. Hold on. Have you ever hurt yourself? I've done it plenty of times. But I just want to know. I just want to know about you guys at home. Have you ever hurt yourself so bad you feel it like on the inside that you're scared to even look at it? You know what I'm saying? That's how bad it was. Like, that's how bad I was hurt. When I fell, I didn't even take my shoe off or nothing to check because my foot was crazy. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was broken or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought it was like a bone thing. You know what I'm saying? Like something to that effect. I didn't think like you got like a couple little miniature gunshot holes. You know what I'm saying? And you're losing blood. I didn't think that. I thought it was something like that. Like I had like a twist or a break or a fracture or something like that. But nah, I just got back on my bike and I let the music, I let the music power me back up and just till I got back home. Then when I got home, check this out. When I got home, I was still so scared, right? Because I got that feeling, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been hurt before. I done had broken bones and stitches and all kind of everything. So I got that feeling on the inside, like, yo, you really hurt. Like, you hurt. So I don't even look. I'm so scared. I just fill up the bathtub, you know what I'm saying? And I put my little ingredients and stuff in there. I put the Kimmy and I put the herbs and I put certain little things in the bathtub, you know what I'm saying? And then I get in the bathtub with my clothes on, like with my socks. Like I had my shirt on. What I had on? I know for sure I got in with my clothes on. And by the time I got out, I still had on like my t-shirt and my socks because I didn't want to take my socks off. Like I didn't want to see it. You know what I mean? But eventually, after I was in the tub for a while, I had to take my sock off and look at it. And it was just a hole with blood still going. Blood was still going. You know what I'm saying? So I had to, really quickly try to stop the bleeding while at the same time trying to make some more blood. But I'm cool. It was crazy. It was crazy, but I was feeling myself. See, and that's why I was feeling myself. You know what I'm saying? Because the spot like 6-7 miles away. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, okay. I'm about to go get this quick little 2 hours in the gym, plus this quick little 15, this little 12-mile. You know what I mean? I'm about to get this little 12-mile bike ride in, this little 2 hours in the gym, feeling myself. It did not go according to plan. Did not go according to plan. For real. But, like I said, the work's still working. And, it's incredible. We at volume 23 already. Yo, I was going to get that little 12 mile in, you know what I mean? And I did, actually. Let me not even say like I didn't get to do it. I did it. It just the last 5 miles was like blood was in my chew. You know what I'm saying? It was bloody. You know what I'm saying? It was, yeah. Yeah, it was not the same as the first 6 miles. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely still got it in though, because I was on my bike. I was stuck. You know, that's the other thing with riding your bike. And that's why you really got to be advanced as a bike rider when you start riding your bike to places. Because when you go somewhere, there you are. You know what I'm saying? Go right there and there you are. You know, I was stuck there. Bloody. You know what I'm saying? So I had to get on my bike and ride. You know what I'm saying? I had to ride back. I mean, I guess in hindsight, I probably could have chained, because I have my chain always on my bike. So I probably could have just chained my bike up and jumped on an Uber or something. And I probably had other options. Not probably. I definitely had other options. But those options didn't pop to my brain. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that popped into my brain was get up, get back on your bike, and just, you know, ride to the house. And I enjoyed my ride to the house. It's not like it was a terrible ride to the house. I enjoyed my bike ride still, even though I fell down. Oddly enough, in some weird way, falling down made me feel like a little boy again. So it kind of added something to the bike ride. You know what I'm saying? It was cool. It was. Yeah, and it was sunny out, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was one of those days, you know what I'm saying, where it was like sunny, but then it was like gonna rain in a little while, so the clouds was like coming in, but they wasn't really like, so it was still like nice weather, you know, and it got that nice weather smell. It didn't have the rainy smell. It still had the sunny smell out. All right, so let's get into the spirit code, because I want people to be swift. Right now, I know some people obviously sharper than others, right? Like take Kev, for instance, right? Look at Kev. New book already ordered. Now, he talking about the book that just came out today. He already ordered it. This book just came out today. The Red Book, right? The Red Book, I don't know if it was my bloody situation or what, but we dropped the Red Book. Or maybe it just happenstance just came out that way. You know, maybe the Ogun energy or so. I don't know. So we got the Red Book though. Right. And so there are some people who are ahead, some people who are quite far behind. Right. So let's walk down what the spirit code is and what the value is after 1 hour. I feel like we could have a 1 hour chat on Father's Day. Why we can't have a little chat? You know what I mean? Listen to some music, chat, kick it. You know, where you been at, how you been doing and all that. Like we supposed to, yeah. But now that we got that out the way, just so y'all know, each time I take a step, I just want y'all to know. I told y'all that whole long story. A, so y'all know what I've been up to the last week or so. About the last few days. But B, when I stand up, I want y'all to know that hurts me. when I walk from here to the board and back, and I start erasing stuff and writing stuff and all that, I want y'all to know that I might probably start bleeding again before this live stream is over. So y'all getting it in blood. Yeah, so this ain't gonna be a long live stream. This ain't gonna be a long live. This cannot be a long live. In fact, we're gonna have to wing it. I might have to, like, you know what I mean? I might have to, like, yeah, we might have to wing it. We're gonna have to wing it. We're gonna have to figure it out. Yeah, we might have to, yeah. So it's all good. Anyway, man, come on. Listen, we're gonna have to do something. You know what I mean? We got to do something. So, all right. So here's the thing. Right? So let's talk about this from every level. I want to talk about this from every level with y'all. I'm serious. It's 3 holes on the back of my foot. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the let me see if I can show y'all real quick. Hold up. Yeah, I think I'm playing. Because it's kind of healing up a little bit now. So let me show y'all though. Just in case. You know what I mean?
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration.
All right. Look. Do y'all see that? Wait. Can y'all see? 1, 2, 3. Like 1, 2, 3. Can you see that? Yeah, that one in the middle. Yeah, the star, it went like into my foot, and then the bike went over my body. So the star poked me, and then, you know what I'm saying? So the star, three of the little star, you know, the sharp poked my foot. And that one in the middle, the one that you could see the clearest on the picture, that's the one that was like leaking. The other 2 wasn't really like bleeding that hard. It was like little drizzles coming out of the other 2 holes. And that one in the middle was like if you found oil. Yeah, the one in the middle was like if you found oil, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man. No comment. No comment to Tika. Yeah, that one in the middle was crazy. But all right, so let's get into the spirit code, right? Let's get into the spirit code. So let's talk about this, right? Because we're at book 23, and I feel like a lot of people are not everybody is not as excited as they should be, right? I'm excited, but I feel like everybody's not as. Kev is excited. Let me show y'all who's. Look, let me show y'all this. This is excited right here. This is excited. See, I'm excited. I know Kev is excited. See, this is excited. This is excited right here. I'm excited. He excited. Me and him, we excited. See, I don't know if everybody's excited. Well, I can tell everybody is not as excited because everybody's not understand. Everybody's not on the same page, right? Everybody's not on the same page. So everybody doesn't even understand the different book covers, what we've been doing with this book series, the different book covers, what we've covered, how deep into biochemistry and anatomy have we went, you know, the health implications and just all of the different things, like how far we've gone. So here's how we got to where we are, right? So the conversation began with real food, right? RFK, Trump doing their thing. Eat real food is the mission. We with it. We promoting it, right? So the question becomes, what is real food, right? Because they flipped the food pyramid upside down, new food pyramid. So it becomes, what is real food? If the mission is eat real food, what is real food? Because it's almost like setting us all the way back to Dr. Sebi's time again, right? And no disrespect to Sebi or his kids, or maybe a little bit, whatever, right? Right. But what I'm saying is, because Dr. Sebi had a food list, and because what Dr. Sebi was doing was working, everybody immediately thought that they needed to come out with a food list. So everybody is coming out with a food list. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. Black health, holistic, you know, the Black holistic world, the white vegan / naturopathic, you know, like the whole underground health universe was flooded with food lists overnight. You know, alkaline, pH, you know, different concepts about alkaline and acid diets, different concepts about fruit fast and veggies and plant-based, and all of these different concepts just flooded the market. You know, so seeing the potential for us to slide back into that kind of chaos, because it was chaos. It was chaos. Everybody just coming up with food lists, and just everybody just John Q. Public just turning around like, what? So should I use this list or should I use that list? I'm following Oprah and Beyonce, and Oprah and Beyonce's foolishness then came back again. So people was asking me about that, but it's got a new name to it. So the same old Oprah and Beyonce thing where they had the maple syrup with the lemon and the something else, maple syrup, lemon, and cayenne pepper, I believe it was. They had all kind of people doing that with a food list and blah. So, and that's coming back now. That's on TikTok under some new person's name. The maple syrup with the cayenne and the lemon and all that. Like, we need to get to the heart of it. We need to get to the root, the science of what real food is, definitively. So even as, you know, like maybe food pyramids or certain ideologies are changed over time, we as a people, we still are grounded and we still kind of know what's what. So we start the book off that way. Boom. And in the book, we kind of walk through history, right? So the book is a full-size, lengthy textbook, right? And when I say we go through history, I'm talking about we go through the history of health and economics. Health and economics, and even like socialized society, socializing to an extent, right? Because you can't really discuss the history of food without socializing and war, right? And how those things, civics even comes into play. So there's a lot that we discussed in the first book, right? Obviously, we get down to the quantum essence of what energy is and how your body metabolizes energy and all of that kind of stuff. So we really go down to, with a very fine-tooth comb in the first book, the textbook, real thick, right? This book, right? So this is the first book. We go with a fine-tooth comb into defining what real food is, right? I'm talking about, we even go all the way down as far as to discuss self-diagnosis tools, we go really deep into heart health, right? Deep into heart health. Of course, we have some papers. We go through, hold up. We might even have to go through this whole back section of the book by itself, because I mean, we really go through, like, heart rate, health formulas. I'm talking about everything from like a grape all the way down to electrons and protons, like just super as detailed as you can imagine, right? But then from there, the book series is us going into 2 different arms of that research. The 2 different arms are exercise and diet, right? So we have one arm, which is food as medicine. We have the other arm, which is metabolic disease training, right? Now, these are very specific, very futuristic things. We're the first people really in our space having these discussions, but this will be the future, right? You can see it already. Well, this will be the counter. Will it be the counter? Maybe that's wrong. I shouldn't say the counter. This is not going to be the counter. Some people will use this as a counter. Some people will use this as a support mechanism to support what they got going on in terms of their medications and their peptides, right? So some people will use food as medicine, as a support. Some people will use it as an alternative. Some people will use metabolic disease training as a support. Some people use it as an alternative, but nobody will not use it because all doctors are already prescribing it. All doctors, holistic, naturopathic, medical, surgical, all doctors are requiring specific types of exercise and dietary measures, including some extra lifestyle changes, which would include water and light and temperature and some things like that. So it's not a matter of whether, it's just to what extent these things will be applied, and will you be in the loop as to how these things will be unfolding. So as we extend from the main book through the rest of the books, that's the journey we're having, right? What it is and how to and how does, et cetera, et cetera. As we're having that journey, right? As we're having that journey, we're getting to a space where in order for us to talk more fluidly, even though it is kind of mechanical and sciencey, the convo and the wording, in order for us to talk fluidly, we had to have some consensus on the human body, right? We have to have some consensus on how it works, right? To have a conversation, there has to be an understanding, right? So we have to have some sort of consensus on oxygen turns into what? Oxygen goes to the blood, myoglobin, myoglobin, mitochondria, ATP, roughly, right? Oxygen, nose, mouth, lungs, blood, muscle, mitochondria, ATP, right? Something to that effect, right? ATP, light, or kinetic energy, boom, we got action, right? In order to make clear what it is that we're doing, and not just in a way that sets us apart from other folks, which is also important, being able to set ourselves apart from other people, which I think we've done that a long time ago. I think we set ourselves apart a long time ago. So definitely not just to set ourselves apart from other people, but for continuity. And like I said, just for us to be able to have a smooth conversation at a certain point, we have to be on the same page about some basic aspects of, because that's the whole idea, is exercise is going to change from random exercise to diabetics have to exercise like this. People who are obese, they have to exercise like this. People with cancer, they have to exercise like this. People with cancer can't exercise like people with diabetes. People with diabetes can't exercise like healthy people. Healthy people can't exercise like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's where it's going. And so that's the training that you need to have in advance. That's where food is going. Food is medicine. So you're going to have that training in advance. But in order for that to make sense, like, I'm trying to explain this as detailed as possible. So if it feels like I'm repeating something, I do this in the books often. I'll repeat something. So you might be reading like, yo, did he repeat this on purpose? You need repetition, right? So in order to understand how specific exercises benefit, you got to know more about systems in certain areas of the body. So we had to get deeper and deeper into it. This is where this whole, depth and how we got to the space that we're at now, because the space that we're in now is further than I imagined that we'd go. Right. See, that's what I'm saying. And so this is everything. The spirit code is everything, because it's our language. It's our language for addressing the body. It's our language for our culture, right? So what is the spirit code? Now, we're going to have repetition, so it's going to click somewhere in somebody's mind, and something's going to click, then it'll all click slowly but surely. The first thing that will make it confusing is that everybody's walking around with a lot of crazy ideas in their head about what spirit means and spirituality. Spirit and spirituality is just respiration. That's it. It's respiration, inspiration, expiration, right? Expiration and inspiration are parts of respiration, right? And those things, that's what spirituality is. So when we say spirituality coach, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about respiration. We're talking about inspiration. But we're just talking about it from a different perspective than maybe say your like maybe your VO2 max coach, because your VO2 max coach is definitely doing some spirituality coaching, just without understanding the whole view of what you got going on. So that's our focus. Our focus is respiration. Our focus is in that pocket, right, of health. And that should be no surprise, right? Because what is in that pocket of health? The things that we've been discussing, mitochondria, right? Breaking food down, right? Breaking food down, your metabolism, whether it's herbs, whether it's alkaline, whether it's cheeseburgers, whether it's beer, whether it's a smoothie, right? When you put it into your body has to break it down, right? At a certain point, those materials have to go through what's called cellular respiration. Cellular respiration. So all things dietary are a part of respiration, which means that all things dietary roll under your purview in spirituality coaching, right? Spirituality coaching, anything that has to do with or influences respiration at that level is under your purview, right? So that not only includes the things being metabolized, but the equipment doing the metabolizing. So that's where the exercise portion comes in. Right? So right there, just on a simple level, you got spirituality coaching. If somebody wants to know what that is, just look up the essence or the etymology of what spirit is, right? It's the breath, to blow, to breathe, right? And that's what our focus is. Why? Because that is the number one killer in the world. The number one killer is stopping you from breathing. That's what the heart does, right? So when the number one killer in the world is heart disease, that's the direct op of what it is that we got going. That is our enemy. That's our devil. That's our nemesis, right? Melanin versus diabetes. Diabetes is especially now that we have the main two forms of diabetes have grown into a list of maybe 12 or 15 different forms of diabetes. The underlying roots are still the same, right? Diabetes is always going to be either a problem of utilizing, right, sugars that are in the body, or being able to store them properly. So being able to utilize them or store them properly. So diabetes is illness on the front side or back side of cellular respiration, but cellular respiration sits at the middle of diabetes, which is the reason why diabetes is such a big player in terms of creating heart disease. Right? So let's make sure that we're on the same page. So spirituality coaching, you're directly attacking, you're directly fighting heart disease. You're directly fighting diabetes. You're directly fighting obesity. How? Because you're taking what people do on the internet to a whole nother level, which is what we've been doing. It's just now we have something more specific that we have more specific language, right? So as opposed to being like, oh, we're going to have, macros and we're just going to manage some or having some foolish Dr. Sebi type of lingo, like, oh yeah, we got 175 minerals in this sea moss, so it's going to cure you of cancer. Like, instead of saying ridiculous foolishness like that, or the flip side, the muscle head, TRT, steroid, we're going to have 138 grams of protein per day, and that's going to, we're addressing the major issues and getting to the source of the sources, because that's a big key in understanding this thing as a problem for society and as an economic driver. You can't understand one without the other. And so when people feel helpless and it feels like there are systems in place to keep people in a certain position, then you have to know the economics is big. You got to know the economics is big. And you got to know that economics is always done in advance into the future. So you're already counted as a diabetic or obese person or this person or that person. So you're already potentially calculated into a budget, right? Because you're already seen as somebody who's going to begin to spend $800 a month as a diabetic or $1,200 a month as a diabetic. And those numbers will only go up as more people begin to get comfortable using peptides, as opposed to, listen to this, I want y'all to understand this. So what we're doing, right, we're learning the body systems, and through holistic means, naturopathic means, we're trying to restart things. That's like the goal with the naturopath. You want to, systems that have kind of slowed down or stopped working, through natural means, you want to speed them back up and start them to working again. Or maybe some systems have started to overworking. And so through natural means, you want to slow them down and bring them back into balance and harmony. Like that's the holistic naturopath kind of idea. Medical is the same exact thing. Only thing is medical brings in more economics, right? Medical is the same exact principles. Only thing is I'm going to make a unique thing in my laboratory from the natural ingredients, which allows me to corner the market and be the only person to set the price controlling this one item. So the purpose of going chemical is not necessarily a nefarious plot to control your health, but it is to control your wallet, right? It's definitely a nefarious plot to control your wallet. So that's the difference between the medicine and then with the surgery, it's kind of similar. It's just surgical means. So surgical is limited. So because it's limited, they feel like they're supposed to get whatever they're supposed to get for their one time. So even if they do that one-time surgery, as far as they're concerned, might be $1 zillion. And it's worth it, right? If it works, right? But the peptide thing is like taking over. Right? Like you're taking over manually things that your body supposed to do automatically. Like say, for instance, your body got 100 chores to do daily. When you start coming in with peptides, you're like, okay, I can do this one thing. Don't worry, body. I'll remember to do this one thing. And so your body is going to take that as you took that responsibility onto yourself. That's going to be the biggest problem. Initially, I see with peptides coming in is the body's going to stop doing certain things. And so as people's bodies become reliant upon the peptides and, you know, but for budget purposes or whatever the case may be, people can't continue the TRT or the peptides indefinitely. Switching back and forth is going to be where it gets crazy. It's going to be where it gets crazy. And I can see like insurance is getting maxed because people are going to need to lean on insurance when their money runs out because the body not going to restart. They're going to need them peptides and they're not going to have the money. So that's where credit and insurance is going to go through the roof. It's going to explode because people are going to need the peptides, but they're not going to have the cash. And when you go to the hospital, that's all they're going to be doing is supplying you with the peptides because your body's going to get used to the peptides triggering, you know, the biochemistry. And when they're not there, your body going to be like that. Frozen. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? But that's what that is. That's like manual. So the more you learn, you can learn, repair, and get your body to do things on its own as opposed to this new plug and play thing that's going on, which will seem like the more people talk about it, the more they get the health platforms to tap in, it's going to seem like it's very similar, but it's not because they're going to be talking about the similarities, and the similarities is going to be that it's a unique form of health, you know what I'm saying, where it's like no more cookie cutter. Each individual person has their own individual program put together for them, their own diet, blah, 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 blah. And so all of those things are the same as naturopathy or holistic ideas. So people, they will keep talking about those. But there are some very big differences. There are some very big differences, right? So, Spirit Code. So, Spirit Code, what we've done is we totally broke down inspiration and respiration, right? And in order to do that, we had to break down each level of the body. Okay. So we got 27 layers, right? 27 layers. And here's our model. Information, energy, structure, function. Information, energy, structure, function. Why is that important? Because remember, we're getting ready to get more into our way of viewing things, right? So everything is going to change a little bit, which is why we have the plant genetics book. If you don't have a plant genetics book, you might need to go get that plant genetics book. Ooh. All right. So the whole concept is this. The Russian dolls, right? Now, we kind of know some of this, right? We kind of know some of this, right? Because we discussed it. It's in the books. We've talked about size, scale, because that's important, right? So we know at one size scale inside our body, we got organs and glands, right? That's kind of like the big stuff. organs and glands. Right? Now, mind you, in order to get deep with the herbs, you need to know this. You need to know this, right? So I want y'all to understand, even though we're talking about the spirit code, et cetera, what we're talking about is still, you know what I'm saying? Like we still, the main thing, still the main thing. It's not like, oh, Dr. Inky is teaching music, he forgot about the health information. No, the music is the health information. The music is the health information. This is what you has been hiding from you in plain view. I'm giving you the truth that every person, they say, oh, the truth is coming to the truth. There's hiding the truth. This is that. When they say that there's an Illuminati, if the Illuminati is real and they've been hiding something, it's this. It's music. It's music. You just didn't know it because nobody was giving it to you like boom. Nobody was probably qualified to really explain it to you. Right? So when you look at, and I know we're going to come back here. We're going to come back here. I just want to explain this music concept to you, right? When you look at certain people and they're discussing like esoteric, and that used to be a word, right? So a lot of y'all might have just got conscious or woke or whatever the case may be in the last few years or something. You might have got hit on the internet. The real movements, there's only remnants of real movements on the internet. There's no real movements on the internet. It's just leftovers. So that's why you see people arguing a lot on the internet, because people are like beating their chest because they're trying to say, hold up, I was there, you wasn't, you don't have the authority. So that's what it is remnants of real movements. And people pretending to be a part of those real movements. And so people that was actually there back in the days got to pop back out and be like, hold up, we ain't never seen you. who you are? Who you with again? You know what I'm saying? Like who? No. Who taught you? Who raised you? Like who, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes, again, remember, you don't see with your eyes. You don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. So I'm saying that to say, you didn't even know that decades and decades and decades you were studying music. You were studying music. When you were studying masonry, you were studying music. You didn't know that you were studying music. Because you don't see with your eyes or hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. So when you were studying masonry, you didn't know you were studying music, right? When you were studying Egypt, for the people who, and this is not everybody, obviously, this is for the people, because if you're in this stream of thought, right? If you're in this stream of thought, you got here somehow. And it's only a certain amount of roads. So all of us have went down one or more of these roads. If you hit, right? So if you went down the conspiracy theory, esoteric, David Icke, who's in David Icke universe? Jordan Maxwell. If you went down that road, Illuminati, alien, reptilian road, right? Depending on what era you know Dr. York from, he's in that mix, right? If you went down that road, right, you were studying music anytime you discussed masonry, right? If you were studying Egypt, right, Kemet is a lot more expansive, but a lot of times Kemet gets reduced and Egypt gets reduced to studies of the pyramid. So there's people who study the pyramids and they think they study in Egypt or Kemet. They're not. You really just studying the pyramid, which is cool, not knocking it, right? But if you were studying that pyramid, you're studying music. Right? If you're studying the pyramid, you're studying music. That is the greatest composition of our time. Right? That's literally what they're studying. The composition of the pyramid. How did they build it? That's composition. See, you just didn't understand it. Composition is what you're composed of, but it's also a music. You get it? Composition is what you're composed of, but it's also music. This is why we have, I don't know, it's somewhere around here. I gotta come in here and really refamiliarize myself with my own books, because these ladies done move all my stuff around. I don't know where my stuff is, but many of you have the protein composition book. Right? The composition, that's why I did the whole black and white composition notebook thing, because the composition notebook is where I write my music. That's Hood 101. We learned in the neighborhood, in the Bronx, in the 70s, right? That's where rap is created. Rap is created on garbage, brown paper bags, little receipt papers, tissue, napkins, anything. And we took it home and we transferred it into the most safe and secure thing that we knew of, right? And that was the black and white notebook. You know what I'm saying? Because the pages didn't come out. So we didn't use the spiral. The spiral joined the pages, so that's not secure, right? That's just as secure as the little pieces of paper we got in our pockets, because whenever anything come to you, you writing it down on whatever you could find. But when you get to the crib at night, you put all that together. You putting that together in the black and white. The composition notebook. I write my music in the composition notebook. Your body's composed. Your composition is protein and water, right? So this whole thing, composition is music. Your body is music. So you have substance, and then you have energy, animating substance. You also have information informing energy on how to do those things. You have information regarding the composition and how the composition is maintained. You have to have information. You have to have music, notes, right? So that's where we're at. We're talking about the finer composition of the body and how those things is held together, so you will really understand nutrition. That's the whole idea on the flip side. So that way you're not overly bugging out, like wasting too much money on, like, you out there in the supermarket trying to spend your whole check on superfoods, you know what I'm saying, looking crazy. Or, you know what I'm saying, you're chasing whatever is on, you know, you done seen Dean and AB, you know, Dean and AB having ribs and curly fries. So you having ribs and curly fries with Dean and AB, right? Dean and AB, So they was having an interesting convo on Lecrae's platform. No, listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to explain right now, and I might be doing a bad job of it. Listen to what I'm saying. Every single platform, the money platforms is talking about what it's going to be talking about. If you watch money platforms, like if you watch economic platforms, when you watch those platforms, you're going to be watching those platforms and you're going to be like, yo, this is what Inky talking about. And it's going to be creepy. Because if you watching Lecrae, and Lecrae is the, for the people that don't know, Lecrae is a mixture of a rapper with gospel. He's like what Luke would have been if Luke never got turned around, right? Because Luke started out as a gospel artist. I don't know if y'all know that. So before we got popped that thing and all that, Luke was a gospel artist, right? But then that guy that signed NWA, he was the one that signed Luke. He signed Luke before he signed NWA. Jerry Keller, whatever his name is. Anyway, every platform though is economic. It doesn't matter if it's religious, if it's debates, if it's whatever, they're going to be talking about what we're talking about. That's why I don't feel anxious or pressed to run and have certain types of conversations, even though people want to like, yo, come over here so we can talk about this, so we can talk about that. Like, it's almost a sense of arrogance because I know what it is that we have. I know what we're sitting on. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a sense of, it could be overconfidence, but I know what we have. I know what we have in terms of information. It's very, 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 very wide and encompassing in terms of being able to provide solutions to questions that people are having in so many different various areas of life. So all of these different conversations is leading back to us. All of them. Economic, political. Because when we talk about politics, what is the big thing in politics right now? The big thing in politics is health. And if it's not health, it's economics. And the reason why it's an economic conversation is because of the economic impact on health. So it comes back to health no matter what. When the money strains a nation, the health goes, it's about the health and quality of life. So they'll have economics conversations, but the economic conversation will be tied to quality of life. That's a health conversation, disguised as an economic conversation. Education, whenever they discuss education is listed as the number one opposition to good health. So anywhere where there's bad health or people's health is failing or high levels of chronic disease that shouldn't exist, the number one thing is poor education. So they don't, the food deserts, the economics, all of those things are secondary and tertiary to the main problem, which is lack of, information. It's education, right? So all of these conversations is all leading in one way. But I ain't gonna lie, I seen a conversation that had me in tears. I was in tears. I was watching this atheist and that guy, what's his name? Jesse Lee. Oh my God. That conversation was, when I say I was in tears, I'm talking about tears. Like I was crying, like my shirt was wet and everything. I had to change my t-shirt and all that. A fresh white t-shirt. I had to change my t-shirt and all that. I was literally in tears. It was so funny. Atheist, and then oh my God. We might do a little reaction to it. I might have to pull it up. Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh my goodness. Yo, that's what I'm saying. It's creepy. It's going to be creepy. It's going to be creepy because you're going to be watching the politicians. You're going to be like, yo, this is that food. This is that. And this is going to be unfolding. You're going to be like, oh, wow. So again, that's what we're doing here. See, we're all the way going into the future. We're way down in the future with this, right? We're way down in the future with this. So here's what we're doing. The 27 layers of the spirit code. So now that we've identified the spirit code, right? Or at least spirit as breathing, right? The code is obviously you know what? I just answered my own question. Okay, so it's the code part that's more complicated. The spirit part is simple. Spirit, breathing. The code part is where it gets more complicated. So remember, we've been having these conversations about the 1960s. They discovered the 64 codons, boom. They kind of rocking in ignorance with that to the 2000s. And then the ENCODE project happens and we find out it's more codes, right? But we understand that our body runs off of various codes, whether we think it's one code and we share DNA with monkeys or not, right? Everybody is of the understanding that whether it's one code or 6 codes, our body runs on coding, right? And since the breathing is the most fundamental layer of existence, right? The most fundamental layer of life is breathing. The codes that regulate the breathing is where I wanted to focus the research to understand, to fully understand the concept of life, death, and health. Now, hopefully now it's making more sense. Spirit code. So we know the body runs on codes. Everything in the body runs on codes, right? I mean, it was a decade ago that we started talking about the lungs, breathing patterns. And then we was talking about the breathing patterns, comparing it to like the fractions in the Heru equation, remember? And we went into the Botzinger complex inside the back of the brain. You know, you got the Botzinger complex with rhythmic breathing is controlled and all that. So we went through that whole space. But this is way more advanced than that, because when you're dealing with a code, right, it's about maintenance. It's about a maintenance. So new information has to come in, old information has to go out. You have to have processing, you have to have storage, right? In order to have coding, you got to have processing, you have to have storage, you have to have input, output. Like there's a lot going on. So I wanted to focus in that space because that's what the Bible also, modern science, the Bible, and Kemet all line up. They all say that life begins and ends with the breath. So that coding, to me, was the most important coding in existence. Where's that coding come from? Where's that coding come from? Where is it going? How is it sustained? How is it maintained? Because in that coding would probably also give us answers in terms of fighting heart disease, right? Because heart disease is respiratory illness. Respiratory illness is heart disease, cardiovascular, however you want to play with it, right? I don't have the luxury of playing with it, right? So some people are like, oh, no, cardiovascular disease is not exactly the same as heart disease. It's not exactly the same as lung disease or COPD or that. Okay, all right, fair enough. Play games with people's attention if you want. If your lungs don't work, your blood and your heart don't work. If your heart ain't working, that's just how it goes. That's why you got to know these parts, so you can't let nobody mess with you. When you know that the blood got to go through the heart to get into the lungs, to get back into the heart, that's why the heart is snuggled into the lungs. That's why the architecture is like that, right? The lungs is like 3 lobes on one side, 2 on the other side, because the other one is like the heart like a fancy lobe almost, in a way. You know what I'm saying? In a way, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe not. Maybe it's just so complicated that the simple lobes just needed to not be there to make space for the heart. So there's, So you got to get the essence of spirituality coach, right? A spirituality coach is somebody that not only understands the codes, but can help somebody else understand these codes. So your thing is information. As a spirituality coach, your thing is information, because it's information. Oh, I didn't erase it. It's information that organizes energy, right? It's information that's organizing energy. When a person gets some herbs, and I'm looking around for my plant genetics book to be on my thing. This, when a person goes to get an herb, right? There's information. See, this is the reason you need to have the plant genetics book, so you can understand this. There's information inside the plant that's being conveyed. This is the thing that I was talking about. And I want to say we started to go down this road maybe like 2010, maybe we start talking about this. But the nucleosides and the nucleotides. Nucleotides and nucleosides. Yeah, nucleosides and nucleotides. As an example, not as the end all be all, but as an example of how plants can build information, then that information can transfer to whatever predator consumes the plant. Whether that's me, you, a rabbit, a lion, whatever. I mean, a lot of activity on my patio. Well, that's another way. The Shikimate pathway is another way. That's the way that the pigments is created, right? But that requires a lot of information to constantly create pigment. That requires a lot of information. I'm glad you bring that up. To constantly be able to create pigment, and pigment is the interface with the environment. So when we think the environment is constantly changing, the pigment has to constantly be able to handle those changes and be able to translate whatever the pigment's energy thing is into information for the body. So that requires a lot of information, right? But that's our thing, is to deal with this thing from an information level, right? So when we get to the red book, by the time we get to the red book, we're at a whole nother level in terms of building, right? By the time we get to like volume 5, by the time we get to volume 5, 6, 7, we're starting to build the code. So this is not something that you just learning. When you read this book series, you're building the code. Each book is its own thread, like yours, like you're building it. As you're reading each book, you're learning certain things and you're unlocking certain things, that you're building this understanding. By the time you get to books 5, 6, 7, the foundational understanding of this concept of the breath and how something that's invisible could turn into this whole thing and kill you if we don't know what we're doing. Like it can, and how everything impacts it, because everything impacts it. Everything impacts your breath, right? We know the obvious, obviously, like smoking impacts your breath, right? But did you know that eating a salad versus a cheeseburger impacts your breath? That's where the health impact comes in, is your breath. Right? You're not thinking that, right? Because it's not, people is not positioning the information in a certain way to really empower you. That's what we're trying to do. So you need to understand it's the breath, right? How is fat metabolized, right? When you have fat in your body and you want to lose weight, right? It's metabolized through the breath. No, it's not. It's metabolized because I'm going into a calorie deficit. And I'm going into a calorie deficit, Doc, because I've lowered my daily calories and my resting metabolic rate is, and I've sped up, I've increased my demand for calories by increasing my activity levels, and my NEAT went through the roof because I've made sure that my fidgeting, blah, blah, like, bruh, relax. All those things are factual. Nobody's challenging those things that we already know to be scientific facts. But all of those things first require changes in breath pattern. So when we talk about the impact of exercise on physique, it's doing that because it's controlling how much oxygen you intake and where the oxygen goes. So the more you increase the oxygen intake, if oxygen is the thing that's breaking down the fat, the more oxygen, the faster you breaking down fat. So the more exercise, the more you have oxygen running through your body. The more oxygen runs through your body, the quote unquote faster your metabolism is. The quote unquote faster your metabolism is, the more you can eat without putting on weight. You're not going to put on weight because there's always oxygen looking to do what? Convert the fat into electricity or into a substance your body can make electricity out of. Right? So if you're a fat person, then your body is starved for oxygen. See, this is the key that I got that Mama Pill didn't have, KT didn't have. Nobody had this key. They thought they didn't know how Dr. Sebi made this jump. There's a jump. If you go back and watch the old Dr. Sebi videos, there's a jump. When you watch his very oldest videos, he's not talking about mucus. That's a version of Dr. Sebi. When you go back and you watch the oldest Dr. Sebi videos, he's talking about oxygen getting into tissues. Then later on, he starts talking about mucus and then electricity. But all three of those are the same thing. You just got to be versed in three different areas of understanding the body to understand that those three is all talking about the same thing. Right? So his earliest videos was oxygen, right? Because oxygen getting into the tissues is where, and so even later on, that's why, like, if somebody comes to me and they be like, oh, I'm woo-woo, I just got into this, I saw a Dr. Sebi video or whatever. I would ask them what, and then they tell me the video, then I know what era Dr. Sebi they talking about. Because even the latest era, is it the latest era? I would say the last era almost of Dr. Sebi was his iron thing. But even the iron is talking about the same thing. You just got to have enough information to know that when he's talking about the iron, he's talking about the iron because the iron is what carries the oxygen around. So even if he's not talking about oxygen in tissues, if he's talking about having the adequate levels of iron, the conversation is still having enough oxygen, right? I could talk about iron and never mention iron, just discussing oxygen in the tissues, right? I could discuss oxygen in the tissues without ever using the word oxygen just by talking about iron. You see what I'm saying? And I could talk about oxygen and iron without ever using the word oxygen or iron. You know what I'm saying? By talking about, cellular respiration or some other term that applies to some other area of this irreducibly complex system. And that's where we get to the term irreducibly complex, because oxygen and iron is irreducibly complex. It's an irreducibly complex system in your body. Iron transport and metabolism and oxygen transport and metabolism. Irreducibly complex. Can't have one without the other. Right? So that's the other thing about the Russian dolls concept is you have smaller systems that are irreducibly complex, that we're talking about subsystems that have irreducibly complex connections. There we go. Irreducibly complex connections that can't be separated, right? Because again, when you're talking about life, you're talking about a bunch of emergent properties, right? So they don't exist in the parts. It's just when you put the parts together, boom, emergent property. And when you get into a Russian doll kind of thing with real life, that emergent property is now going to become an ingredient that goes with other emergent properties and creates a larger emergent property. And then that emergent property is going to go along with other emergent properties and create a larger. So there's going to be a trail of emergent properties that form emergent properties that's going to create like almost like a ghost, like evidence that should be there, but it's not there. Evidence that should be there, but is not there. And science has that all throughout biology, right? You know, they're predicting, oh, at this level of history, we should see these types of fossils, or we should see this, or we should see that. And the evidence is never there because they've discounted the other half of life, which is the energy information part, right? And that part doesn't fossilize because it doesn't, it's attached to physicality, but it's not physicality in and of itself. It's attached to it, but it's not it, right? We know like a magnetic field is attached to iron, but it's not iron. We know a magnetic field is not iron, but it's attached to iron, right? So life is a lot of that. And we got to focus on studying that other stuff as opposed to the thing that is the physical thing. Because of the laws of Newton, we got stuck and we only studied iron. We didn't study the magnetic field part, right? Our body is like that. We got a whole bunch of that. Whole bunch of different energy-based things that are attached to physical things. And so we've only studied and documented and like really like clarified and quantified and, you know what I mean? Like just thoroughly documented the physical stuff, but not the stuff that the physical stuff is carrying or making even, right? Because we know iron is carrying with it a magnetic field. We know that, let's say calcium, for instance, or magnesium. Oh, no, let's say copper, right? We know that these things are carrying little electric fields with them. So to have something with a little magnetic field, little electric field, well, these two items that have two things that they carrying with it that's invisible is now going to make something that's a third thing that's in. You see what I'm saying? The iron came in with magnetism. The calcium came in with electricity, right? The electric field the calcium is carrying is not the calcium itself. It is around the calcium, but it is not the calcium. The magnetic field that the iron is carrying is not the iron, but it's around the iron. Now, those are two emergent things, right? When those two things start interacting, the electric field and the magnetic field is now doing their own thing, and they're creating another emergent property. That's light, right? So light is now another emergent property coming from electric substance and a magnetic substance interacting. The magnetic field, the electric field is interacting. Now you got light, which is another thing, right? And you can't find the evidence of light because you can't find the evidence of the electric field and the magnetic field, right? You got to break that down, and then you go, oh, here's iron, here's the calcium, you know, here's these two elements. And then you further investigate, well, what are the elements made of? Oh, it's electron, proton, resonant relationship, wave mechanics, right? So with that example of seeing how far we can go down the rabbit hole, that's kind of what we've been doing in a way that's organized, though. in a way that's organized. So that way it doesn't feel overwhelming. If it starts to feel overwhelming to anybody, that's only because you let the books get ahead of you. You haven't been reading the books, or you haven't been buying the books, letting the books get ahead of you. Now we up to number 23 and you up to number 1. Or you ain't even get started yet. So it might feel a little overwhelming. But other than that, as you're reading the books, you're going to feel like you're creating the code as you're going, because the code is unfolding. And as you're studying the diet and the exercise, and how the diet and the exercise interacts with various types of health and disease and different types of symptoms and metrics, you go, and this goes together. And then so you start to build. And that's how we get here. That's how we get here with this. Okay, so let's go. Let me see. Okay, no, not this. Let's close that. Let's go. Let's go Ghostbusters. Wait, can I just pass it? All right. Thought I passed it. Okay, wait. Y'all can't even see what I got going on. Okay. There you go. Now y'all can at least see what I'm doing. I'm trying to search. To find this. Okay, here we go. Boom. So this is how we get from the photone all the way down to the inspiritone, right? Now, the ohm you should be familiar with, because we have been using microbiome, right? You see number 20, right? We should all be very familiar with ohm from microbiome. Some of us that are into mushrooms and that study, we understand the fungiome, right? So we're used to ohm, which ohm is like a world. Ohm is like a world, or a layer that can be considered a world unto its own self, right? So it's his own little universe, right? So when we talk about the photon, right? This is everything in your body. This is everything in your body that has to do with light. Everything that has to do with light, period. Reception, storage, transmission, everything. Then you see the second layer, right? Everything that has to do with electricity. Everything that has to do with magnetism, right? And what we're doing is we're going up in size. So this list is in size order. This list is in size order of how everything impacts your body, and how everything that impacts your body has its own system. Inside your body, starting with photons, your body has a whole entire unique system. Your body has a whole unique system for light. And this is where not understanding this, and this might look even more complicated, I guess, because I know some people is looking at this like, what is that? Trust me, this is a simplification. We have simplified this because people, this is going to afford everybody the ability to go light years ahead, way faster. Because what we have right now is a discovery period. And when I say a discovery period, how many hours are we going? 2 hours already. I gotta shut this down. Oh no, it's still early though. It's only 6 o'clock. All right, so we cooking still. We're in a discovery period. And so what I mean by discovery period is this. You got people that's doing certain types of research, right? And they just figuring out, oh, light has a certain type of impact on the body. So the body can't be healthy without light. And boom, boom, boom. And they got a whole research and they going deep on it, right? And if you listen to them, be like, oh, that's correct, Bob. You know, like you vibing, you resonating because it's hitting you a certain type of way. The problem is if you then leave that person, right? And you go have a, like, say, for instance, John Ott, right? You in the universe of John Ott, right? If you don't know who John Ott is and you've been hearing some of that light stuff, then somebody been remixing. Anyway, John Ott, right? We in the world of John Ott, right? Now we leave that and we go over here into the world of, I ain't gonna say Arnold Ehret. Arnold Ehret was more like a fruit guy. I say Robert Beck. Let's go into the world of Robert Beck. No disrespect to Savy. Now you go and you read Robert Beck's work, and you see it's all the body's electric, and you everything he's saying is making sense. But guess what? He's saying the body is all 100% electric. Somebody right here is just saying the body runs on light. They both can be correct. Does the body run on light or does the body run on electricity? Now you go to a third person, right? You go to a third person and this person is telling you, oh, no. It's about magnetism. Magnetism is the key. And this is the whole reason why, your body starts with the breath, because the blood and the iron and the magnetism and blah, 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 blah. And you listen to that person and you're like, oh, they right. It is the magnetism. The magnetism is the main thing. And then it may not hit you. The electric guy, his theory don't include the magnetic guy. The magnetic guy, his theory don't include the light guy. All these three different, they all sound factual and credible, but they all got three different competing theories. Then you go to the fourth guy. The fourth guy is telling you, he on the Dr. Sebi, routine. So he telling you all about these minerals and how the minerals impact the body, and the enzymes need the minerals, and even the pigment need the minerals. And you're like, oh man, that's right. So now you got another program. You're like, oh, nah, it is the minerals. Because, the minerals. Yeah. So now the mineral guy is correct, but he competing with the magnetism guy, who's competing with the electric guy, who's probably looking weird walking around with copper bracelets and all that, right? And they competing with the light guy, right? The light guy telling you, right? Because we in this period of discovery. And what's happening is we're not understanding that there's a whole body and that there's layers of existence to the body that people don't, this is why I was telling y'all before about the cochlea. The cochlea helped me to understand a lot, put stuff in perspective, right? Because the cochlea is so tiny, you can't see with the human eye, right? So understanding the cochlea helped me to have my humility. Right? Because we stumbled onto the cochlea by mistake. Because you can't see it with the eye. So you can't understand hearing without the cochlea. Think about that. Life before the cochlea. Doctors was breaking it down how hearing works. They didn't even know what the cochlea was. So how was they breaking down hearing? Like just straight idiots. The dumb teaching the dumb. The dumb, how does it go? The deaf teaching the blind? Or something to that effect. Whatever. Right? But if we stumbled onto the cochlea because it's too small to see, in my mind, I always think like, okay, how many other things is so small that we can't see? And when the Bible says that God's time is 1,000 days to our days, I understand that time equals space. So there's a physical constraint to match a time constraint, right? There's a space, a physicality, right? So there's a space of God that's 1,000 times larger. So it's talking about scale. And I realize our body is scale, right? Because we got organs and glands. Then after organs and glands, we got tissue. Then we got cells. Then inside the cells, you got organelles. Then smaller than organelles, you see what I'm saying? It's going down and down and down. You got protein, but you still got peptides. You see what I'm saying? And it goes down and down and down and down, smaller and smaller and smaller until you even get past an individual amino acid or fatty acid, and you start to get to atoms. Right? You got individual floating atoms moving around. And then even you go smaller than atoms, right? Because atoms are made of stuff, right? So these are all size scales. And these different things is happening in different size and scale, right? So now let's keep on going with our convo about the health, the land of discovery. So now you got somebody discovering something about the microbiome. Oh, everything is in the microbiome, is lit. No, a lot of stuff is there because we're getting closer to the small world. That's all. It's just getting closer to the small world. And the microbiome, if y'all been around long enough, you know the 1, 2, 3. That's how we address it, the 1, 2, 3. The biome, the fungiome, and the virome, right? The bacteria and the fungi is the biggest, right? Then you got one that can fit in another, and then in the smallest one is the viruses. The viruses can fit inside either. So you can have a virus-filled fungi that's inside of a bacteria. So you can have a Trojan horse in a Trojan horse. And a lot of times that's how our body is, because we got areas where there's bacteria, fungi, and viruses that all have to get along in certain areas, right? And so when we change the behavior of the bacteria, it automatically changes the behavior and the populations of the little microorganisms that live. But it doesn't stop there, right? It doesn't stop there. That's a level of what's going on in our body. It doesn't stop there though, right? We got water stuff going on, right? Electrostatics. That's a whole nother conversation, electrostatics, right? So all these is different levels down, right? It's all different levels down. So this is the conversation that we're having so that we can understand how all these things interact. Because right here in the middle, can y'all see? Yeah, right here in the middle is where all of the stuff is that discovery is focused on now. Right? Discovery is focused now from number 10, right? If you look at number 10, that's your peptides, right? So discovery is focused right now on number 10 because number 10 is going to be able to regulate what? Proteins, RNA, DNA, right? So that's the epigenome, the genome, the mobilome, right? Which are the changing genetic elements, right? So your microRNA and kind of stuff is in that space, right? Plasmids, right? Plasmids interact in this space with bacteriophages and other information gathering hubs that we may not speak about a lot, right? And so all of these become vehicles for information, right? And as we get here in the larger pocket, right? See, bacteriophages here, right? Then we get here in this space, we start to get into the big space. So here's where all of your herbal salesmen and naturopaths play. They playing right here in this little space right here. Oh, yo, you got worms, you got parasites. Yeah, you got worms and parasites. Come get the plants from me, and I'm gonna show you which plant is gonna get rid of the parasite. Woo, woo, woo. They playing right there in that little pocket, right? So now you can see how small the pocket is, right? But then we get up, we get larger, right? And we start to get in the glands in the organ space, right? 24, 25. Then we start, and we get to 26 now, right? 26, that's our number, right? Now we have complete organisms. 26 is a complete organism, right? 27 is everything interacting with that organism that is not inside the organism. Everything on the outside of the organism coming into the organism, right? That is called the information sphere, right? So we're going to get deeper into all of these different things over time, right? But the information sphere of a person is everything that affects a person, right? So the people you have around you is a part of your information sphere, right? Are you in school? Are you in a religion? Are you not? What type of music you listening to? How many songs you listen to a day, right? What type of songs do you listen to? How many songs you listen to a day? That's the most powerful form of information you got going into your body, is the songs that you choose. Right? What songs did you choose? Right? How many songs are you listening to a day? What are those songs saying? What are those songs telling yourselves at a cellular level? What are those songs saying? Right? If you don't think that they're saying anything in your body, you're also confused. But we're going to have conversations about that, because it's mental health. Mental health is largely about your information sphere, right? So nothing is left out of what it is that we have there. So that's another reason that, 27 is so deeply tied to what it is that we're doing. It's not just to represent Basquiat, but Basquiat represents many aspects of the culture. Many aspects of the culture. You know what I'm saying? So we pro Basquiat. We're not anti Basquiat around here, in case you didn't know. People talk crazy about Basquiat's life choices, but I don't think that I think Basquiat was taken advantage of. So I try to leave that, I try to leave that where that is. Because I had a friend that was turned like that. So I know that can happen. Like, I know you can be born straight and be turned like, alternative, whether that's gay or just deviant or whatever. But I know you can be made to be different. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a friend named Douglas. And Douglas' mom, his mom was with my mom, and they was doing what, unfortunately, black women in the 80s kind of got caught up doing. But Douglas ain't had nobody to protect him. You know what I'm saying? My father, being who he was, his name was so strong that his name alone was enough to protect me in spaces that he wasn't physically at. His name could reach. So things that happened to Douglas wouldn't happen to me. You know what I'm saying? Even though me and Douglas was in the same places, certain things happened to Douglas that, So I'm just saying, like, I don't fault Basquiat, because I've seen what happened to Basquiat happen to other young men in similar vulnerable situation, where you out on the street and you ain't got, when you ain't got mom and dad, a lot of time we let TV in those instances. I'm not sure how it's going now, because we don't even do TV in my house like that. But back in the days, TV would come into your house and tell you certain things. And so we let TV come in and tell us that life was about money. And when we let TV tell us that life was about money, it just opened up the door to a lot of different things. You know what I'm saying? So you're like, oh, I don't need my parents because I don't need their money. I can go make my own money. You think like that. Like, nah, your parents give you a lot more than money. It's a lot more than money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I just look at that, what he went through, as even more of a reason to, to give reverence and respect to his art and how he expressed himself. Because what people don't know about Basquiat is Basquiat was considered Basquiat. So a lot of people in consciousness don't really mess with consciousness like that. It's fake, right? So I can even tell, like, if you listen to the music, like if you listening to the music every day, I can tell you into consciousness, because there's never been consciousness without music. I'm the first person to really sit down and really put this thing back together. But there's never been a conscious movement without music. That's the reason why Haiti is the only place that liberated themselves from colonization, because they started with music. That's what Boukman came with, the ritual. The ritual came with, he came with the music. That's what that means. Ain't no such thing as ritual without music. Yeah. You can say ritual music, or you could just say ritual and know that if you know about rituals, it's always coming with music. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to change the wording and that throws people off, like you say mantras or this, that, and the other, you think it's not saying lyrics or verse. It's the same thing. Mantra's a special type of verse. Some special bars that but it's all, pretty much the same. Right? So music, you gotta have the music. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have the music. Right? But when we look in the body, right? When we look in the body, all the interactions that you have here between these different levels of the body are technically music. Right? I'm trying to spread this out for you. It's giving me trouble. Why is it? Okay, here we go. Ooh. Here we go. Let me see. All right, there we go. All right, so now all of the interactions between these different levels requires one thing: movement. Movement. In order for anything to interact in these levels, right? So in the photon, you got what? At the basic level, you got light being absorbed by pigment. And then that pigment translates that light into something else that your body can use, right? Or it starts a chemical reaction to produce something your body can use, like making vitamin D, right? But that's all vibration. That's all movement, right? That's why we got the photochemistry book, the purple book. If you got the photochemistry book, we show what the actual cholesterol molecule looks like and how the UVB, remember we came in, we had these discussions because I already knew where we was going. Remember the UVB, right? UVB is what? UVB is a specific vibration, a hertz, right? It's a specific wavelength, a speed that we calculated. Okay, this wavelength is this. Right? So it's translating that speed over that vibration to the cholesterol that's shaking us, literally shaking it up. Right? That's shaking it up. That translation is what kickstarts the process to making vitamin D. Right? So it is harmonious interaction. So all of these different layers, right? What you have is waves from one to the other. You have waves from one to the other that you can plot and graph. like this. Or you could pop, plot, and graph. Now, all the way at the lowest level of understanding of this is your circadian rhythm. This is why, again, we already been through this. You got the algae, the algorithm book, right? You got the algorithm book. And in those books, the algorithm book, the movement book, we go through how your hormones change throughout the course of the day, right? Because that's beginning level coming into this, your hormone levels, how they regulating throughout the course of the day. We went through all this info. You got this in your books. So that you can get to this level, right? This is traditional Chinese medicine, right? It's this, right? Because this is yin and yang. Or rather, this is yin and this is yang, right? 360, the black and the white, duality, the male, female, the binary. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's 180 and 180. Right? And it's interesting because this is a field fluctuation. So the shape is also the same as the mathematical approximation in the theory. So that's what we're doing with the health, is taking it to a level where we can understand wave function, wave mechanics in the health. So we can really understand the chemistry. So we could really understand the biochemistry. So we're not looking stupid when people is talking about circadian rhythm and you thinking circadian rhythm, you got to go outside at 5:30 in the morning and stare at the sun. You got to go out solar glazing. Yeah, you might as well say solar glazing. That's what you do. You got to go out and be solar glazing. Yeah, you got to go out there and solar glaze in order to get your thing together. And that's not the case, because it's about rhythm. We don't get the rhythm if we don't understand the beat. If we don't understand the beat, we don't understand why the heart, the number one cause of death, is because the heart is the thing that got to quantize all of the different instruments together and make it to one boom, 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 boom. That beat represents all of the different biochemistry in your body. The beat represents all of the different health function. The beat represents the QRST, right? That's where the QRST is so important. And I guess there's even people who don't get that, because if you get that, then you would get everything. All right? If you get that, you would get everything. Oh, I don't know why I raised that. I should have left that. But if you get this, then you get everything. Because people is like, yo, why we on this? And we should be on the health. I'm like, yo, this is the health. It ain't nothing else. This is it. This is the number one killer. Diabetes is an issue because it's contribute to this. Cancer, this. Autoimmune disease, this. Everything comes down to this. So the new science is this. Heart rate variability, right? Because what they're saying is, by understanding the waves of the heart, the QRST wave, and the spaces in between each node, right? All music metrics, right? You can understand all of the different issues of chronic disease by understanding how the heart beats. Each person. All right? But that's literally what a music note is. It's the same as music notation. It's the same as music notation. So let me see. For the people in the chat, can you give me two definitions and compare the definitions? I want a definition for the word life, and I want a definition for the word music. Can you give me a definition for the word life and a definition for the word music and compare the two definitions? Come on. I want you to give me a definition for each and compare the two. Let's go. Who in the chat? Hard One. Hard One, we were supposed to go live the other day. What happened to Hard One? Hard One in there talking about string theory right now. Even though it is facts. And that's why we spent so much time with the Dogon. But you know, the Dogon, they came with that same, well, I ain't trying to debate nobody. Who came first, the Dogon or the Kemetic? They share origin, right? You know what I'm saying? That's the best way. But what they did with their binary science is they went and they really developed a high level of understanding to what the closest thing you could understand what the Dogon spiritual science is string theory. They went crazy with it. 256 symbols deep. They went nuts with it, I believe. 256 symbols, I think. I'm not sure. 256 symbols. I think the Dogon went deep into their thing. Okay, so let me give y'all the definitions that we are using in the spirit code. Music is organized information moving through time. I want y'all to write that down. Music is organized information moving through time. Organized information moving through time. Oh, shit. I'm not bleeding, people, but damn if this shit don't hurt, boy. Oh, wait. Excuse my language. Music is organized information moving through time. Life, right? And this is why I wanted y'all to compare the two. You'll see when I give you the second definition. Life is organized information moving through matter. Music is organized information. Life is organized information. Music is organized information moving through time. Life is organized information moving through matter. Right? And if you're more comfortable, you can change matter to space. Right? But I wanted to be more specific. But matter can be translated to space in that context. Right? Because if we understand E equals MC squared, E equals MC squared tells us that energy or that matter is energy. Right? Matter is condensed energy. Right? So matter is the space. Right? It's got to be a space first for energy to condense in. Right? So you can do that, but our working definitions, right? Music is organized information moving through time. Life is organized information moving through matter, right? So when you look at the 27 different Russian dolls, right? The 27 different ohms, each one of them is an instrument. And each instrument, like if we think of an orchestra, we think of a piano being a part of an orchestra. Piano would take up a lot of space in an orchestra, but a piano is still made up of a bunch of different parts in its own self, right? So when we look at the 27, each of the 27 is made up of its own whole universe, right? When we talk about the photon, we can talk about light and all of the different pigments. Hemoglobin, cytoglobin, neuroglobin, opsins, we didn't win, right? So that's a whole universe. But we go into the electron, that's a whole nother space. That some of that from that may or may not take a place in, you know what I'm saying? Some parts from that may play a role in this space now, right? But in this space is primarily going to be focused on, copper, right? Piezoelectric material, things that can produce electricity, absorb electricity, right? All of that, that's a whole universe. That's your collagen and this, isn't it? All that's a whole universe, right? So all of the different 27 can be seen as a different instrument, right? And then you become that song, right? Your body is a unique thing, right? So like even a song, think about it. A song, a composition, right? When you hear it, it's what it is. But guess what? I could take that music and give it to a group and they'll replay that song. It's totally different. It's the same song, same composition, but it don't sound the same. We know every high school band plays a Stevie Wonder song that don't sound nothing like Stevie Wonder. Every high school band plays a Stevie Wonder song that don't sound nothing like Stevie, right? Because it's unique, right? So there's levels to it, but I just need y'all to understand that we're still focused on the health, but there's aspects of health that unless we take it to the spirit code level, you just will never understand. It'll always be a mystery. Like when pregnant women, it'll always be a mystery why they have that black line from their vagina all the way up. They get a black line. It go at least to their belly button. Sometimes it go past their belly button. Sometimes it go up to their face. They got black blotches and all that all over their body, just black lines and patches of blackness busting out on their body. It's a mystery. We don't know why this happens during pregnancy. It's not really that much of a mystery if you understand pregnancy as a electric phenomena, as a luminous phenomena, as a magnetic phenomena. Then you understand the requirement of more material that can handle those, the magnetic, the electric, and the light base, the light work. So yeah, you need more melanin, but not just melanin. You need more blood. You need more opsins. You need more pigments. You need more copper. You need all of those things. More iron, right? I think pregnant ladies need more copper and iron, right? Obviously, right? But we got to know these things, right? We got to know salt is incredibly important, right? So it's not the water, but it's the salt. Salt is in control of the water level in the body, right? So on the one level, think about it like this, what I'm saying. High blood pressure, right? We could talk about high blood pressure and salt, edema and all that, salt, right? Okay, boom. Cool, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking about right now is the fact that salt controls the electrical conductivity and electrical sensitivity of water. The more salt goes into water, the more the water becomes electrically active. So if each one of your cells is technically a little ball of electrically active water, salt is going to be the thing that controls the electrical thing that, right? The thermostat, right? Think about it. You got a thermostat, If it's number, it's music. If it's number, it's music. Math is music, right? So you know it's number. How you know it's number? Because you got these numbers. Look. You got this number, so you know it's numbers, right? We got pH. But not only do we got pH, we got this. We got the millivolt, right? So we know if it's math, it's music. So we know around the whole body, we got the blood pH 7.365, right? But inside the cells, you got the millivolt, right? The electric level got to be a certain stability. So if the electricity in each cell, each little individual microscopic bag of water has to be at a certain electricity to be healthy. That's -70. This, for example. Different groups of cells, that number changes, but let's just use this number. If it got to be -70, that means it's a certain amount of salt that has to be involved in each cell to make sure that it's a certain electrical level. That's going to be controlled by salt, right? So salt is going to control the electricity in the water. Now, how is we going to make sure that we don't get too much salt or too little bit of salt? Now we got to put something in there to move the salt around, right? That's where potassium comes in. Potassium comes in. Potassium moves the salt around. Yeah, potassium will move the salt around. So if your body's too electrically active, your body will try to raise the potassium level, and raising the potassium shrinks the salt down. As the salt goes down, you're going to pee a lot because the salt is attached to water. So that's how that goes. Potassium goes in, salt and water goes out. Now, on the flip side, if you're not electrically active enough, your body wants to raise its electricity level, it's going to do that by getting rid of the potassium. And it's going to raise the salt level, the sodium. So it's going to raise the sodium and lower out the potassium. Right? It's going to lower out the potassium. Right? When the potassium is going up and the sodium is going up and down, the sodium and potassium level, that's changing the electricity, right? So again, going back to those original concepts, we have been trained to focus on the sodium and the potassium. We haven't been trained to focus on the fact that the sodium and potassium is doing something up here. It's changing this. It's like when you go to the holidays and you got the little kid table and the adult table. We've been eating at the kiddie table. The kiddie table is worrying about iron. The adult table is magnesium. The kiddie table, sodium and potassium. Adult table, intracellular electrical activity. So something to that effect. Yeah, to be termed like some intracellular electrical activity, like something to that. Yeah, that part, right? So that's how we've been dealt with all this time, right? That's how we've been dealt with all this time. So I got to get over here to the adult table. I got to be at the adult table. I'm actually trying to leave the adult table and go to another table. I'm at another table. But my people still at the kiddie table. So I'm trying to get my people to go from the kiddie table to the adult table as I leave the adult table and head to the kitchen. Yeah, I'm leaving the adult table. I'm already down to the kitchen. In fact, I done left the kitchen. I'm at the supply chain. I'm at the farm. I'm all the way at all the way at the other end of the rabbit hole. Right? But anyway, my point is, this is a whole nother way of viewing the body, right? When we stop looking at the physical thing and we look at the unseen thing attached to the physical. because that's what the body is more about. You can't look inside your body and find your spirit or your consciousness. It's not a physical thing, it's an unseen. So the unseen is more important than the seen. But it's the unseen that we have not seen. The unseen that we haven't seen is the devil in the details, right? So we just have to realize that we do have metrics. We do have things that tell us, right? And so if we just take this 70 millivolts in the cell, right? And we go, oh, okay, that is deep. Okay, now we get it. The sodium and potassium is controlling the electrical potential in the cell. Boom, okay. This is music. This is music. This is harmony. For the function of the cell, right? This is how harmony is established. So it's not arbitrary. For the function of the cell, the thing that best puts a structure in position to function is harmony. So that's how we know if something's in harmony, by how it's functioning. So this is the maximum ma'at. This is maximum balance. All the things that have to happen around in this, right? Surrounding this are the things that's playing the music for this little tiny song. Even though this little tiny song is a contributor to the larger, and a contributor to the larger and the larger and the larger and the larger and the larger, which is the whole Russian dolls concept. But just here, we know what's contributing to that besides sodium and potassium levels, right? Because that's now dietary. If you're eating a diet primarily high in fast foods and things like that, it's going to be high in sodium. Sodium is a preservative. If you're eating things high in fruits and vegetables, all fruits and vegetables are dominant, potassium dominant, mostly potassium dominant. So immediately when you switch from fast food or processed food to fruits and vegetables, you immediately see a shift in your body's overall electricity level. Why? Because you immediately lower the sodium level and raise the potassium level. So you immediately feel a shift. This shift is not specific. It's not because you ate from Dr. Sebi's food list or Dr. Wolfram's food list or whatever. It's just because you shifted your overall diet from something heavy in sodium to something potassium. And I know in your mind, you're like, wait, but I thought potassium lowered the electricity level. It does. But sometimes lowering your electricity level allows you to feel more electricity. See, here's what happens, going back to time and space. Electricity is much more closer to music. So what happens once you fill a space, like when you go to E equals MC squared, there's a certain amount of mass associated with matter. And this is why I say that matter can also be space, because space will limit the amount of energy that could be in a certain material, right? Mass is measuring density of energy. So the space is going to determine how much energy could be in that space, right? So, okay. Paul, you know what? I'm ending this video. If y'all need more information, y'all got to get it in the books, because Paul is trolling. So everybody blame Paul. Everybody blame Paul. Listen, Paul, you are doing everything right, brother. Just relax. Okay? Your lady need vitamin R. Okay? Vitamin relaxation, Paul. Just relax, Paul. Every nutrient that Paul finds out about, he is buying several thousand servings for his lady. Oh, she need calcium? Great. I'm getting ready to purchase a portion of Florida for her. Oh, iron? Great. I'm going to start soaking magnets in her breakfast cereal. Yeah, no more for your lady. Your lady get no more nutrition. No more nutrition for her. She's good. She's good. But the thing is this, also work backwards in your mind. So certain things got, right? So the color breakdown. So when we went through all the colors and the pigments, remember that's also construction. So like when you're going through your foods, the reason why greens are so important is because remember the greens have the chlorophyll, right? And the chlorophyll hides the other ones. So to get the other ones, like in order to get yellow, you got to get yellow or green. In order to get reds, you got to eat red food or green. You see what I'm saying? In order to get blue, the nutrients from blue foods, you have to eat blue foods or green food. Because green is the color of all the colors put into one. So when you eat green vegetables, it has all that. So like, for instance, vitamin A is synonymous with the yellows and the reds. When you eat green, the green has all of the vitamin A because it has the yellows and the reds. You see what I'm saying? So when you deconstruct it backwards, it's up in there. Yeah, it's up in there. Yeah, it's up in there. You can't really have like the green without the copper and the iron. You can't have it. You can't have it. So she getting some stuff in there. And the fact that you got overlapping greens throughout the day to eat, then she got greens to drink, and then you got green capsules and all that. I'm almost certain she's getting a little green. Yeah, I'm certain. Or even the blue magic is green, right? It's blue, but you know what I'm saying? It's blue green. It's like ocean blue. You know, it's like turquoise. So even the blue magic is green. So, but all of these things, even no. Now look, even where we at in the convo, right? We plan, but we're not. Because remember, we got the biochemistry book. And so remember, when we was going through the different pigments, the way they're able to absorb different waveforms and life forms, we even went through the vitamins and the minerals that way, right? So all of these things have a wavelength that they're interacting with, a frequency that they're interacting with. And some of this stuff is scale relative. She's going to turn green. Listen, hopefully the breast milk is green. I don't know about her turning green, but hopefully the milk is green. If the milk is green, then we did a good job. If the breast milk is not green, then we didn't do a good job. Yeah. So the breast milk should be green. When you have a baby, that's how you know you got healthy breast milk. When the breast milk is green. If the breast milk is not green, then you didn't do a good job. Yeah, we were scared. Because mind you, my children's mom, or at least for most of them, have 3 baby mamas. 3 baby mamas, 10 children. But 8 of them are with one lady. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I 10 children, 10 baby mamas. 8 of them are with one lady, right? But she's totally against all things conscious and healthy and all that. So everything was a battle. You know what I'm saying? So she was always looking for an aha moment. And so when the breast milk came out green, that was an aha moment. I told you we was doing too much. I told you. She couldn't wait to have it. I told you. It was too much vegetables and all that stupid stuff that you just seen off that stupid Dr. Sabi. You know, she couldn't wait to go off on. And then we get to the and some of that was fear, obviously, as I felt it. I was scared too. I was like, green breast milk. I'm like, damn, it's over. My career is over as a healer. I'm like, yo, it's over. I done made the breast milk turn green. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? But when we finally went down to the doctor's like, nah, this is cool. This is cool. This is a sign that, you know, you got really, really good, healthy breast milk. You know what I'm saying? You can dial it back a little bit. Definitely. You can definitely dial it back a little bit from the greens. You know what I'm saying? But no, this is not bad at all. This is actually healthy. This is really healthy for the child. You know what I'm saying? So you good. So then it was worse. Then that was worse. That was the last thing. That was pouring gasoline. Like that was the last thing I needed, was for the doctor to be like, yeah, this is it right here. You lit. I was like, what? What was that you were saying now? Talk that ish. You know what I'm saying? Talk that ish. What you were just saying? What that doctor said? This is good for the baby? Oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. I'm getting ready to go get a garbage bag of kale now. Forget about it. Forget about it. It's over. Absolutely. And then all that came to my mind. Forget about it. That had caused this video to go crazy. But all that came to my mind. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so. But yeah, definitely the new book is out. The Spirit Code stuff is going super crazy. Going super crazy. Oh, hold up. I can't leave just yet. We gotta discuss this. We gotta react to this. Hold up, we gotta react to this. Wait a minute. I was getting ready to shut it down. I was shutting it down, family. I just want y'all to know we were shutting this thing down. But no, we have to discuss this before we go anywhere. We gotta laugh. We have to laugh as a family. Oh yeah. As a family, we gotta laugh. Before we go anywhere, as a family, we have to do this together, team. Hey, as a family, listen. Listen, as a family, we got to do this together. Now, hold up.
No one was ready.
Hold up. This is hilarious.
Have I ever seen us turn into us?
Man, they trying to pack us in with the...
Now reveal that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but I could explain the First Amendment. And the Satanic Temple proved to be very valuable allies in that.
I noticed that the atheist people, the satanic people,
are jealous of the Christians, and they want to.
Excuse me?
Yeah, wherever.
Okay, now I want y'all to think about Unc. I want y'all to think about Unc and Sonetta when we watch this. Yeah, I want y'all to think about Unc and Sonetta when we watch this. Okay. Now this man, right? I think it's right here for y'all. This guy over here. It's either over here or over here, but I think it's over here. This guy right here on the screen right now. He's an atheist, and he's also a Satanist. And he is explaining how the Satanist community helps out the atheist community. Yo, hold up. Listen to what I'm saying. This is the wildest video of all times for me, because I don't agree with nothing with this guy. With the black guy, Jesse, bro, he's literally like one of the dumbest people on earth. If you ask me my opinion, my opinion, he's one of the dumbest people on earth. Respectfully, if that can be put respectfully, right? So I don't agree with him on anything, but y'all just have to watch this. This clip is full of madness and foolishness, and it's Jesse Lee. He's fighting the good fight against this guy who's saying the Satanists and the atheists is way smarter than the people who believe in God. And he helps out the people who believe in God by trying to remove the belief in God. And this whole thing is just hilarious.
Would you say that doctors are jealous of cancer patients?
Wherever the Christians go and establish themselves, the atheists come there or go there to try to influence the devil instead of God. Why are they jealous?
There is no devil.
But they have a statue of what they believe is Satan. If they don't believe that there is a Satan, why would they have symbols or statues of the devil? If they don't believe, there would be nothing there if they didn't believe that the devil existed.
Again, you're conflating atheists and Satanists. Not all atheists are Satanists, and being Satanist really means no more than you just hold to the 7 tenets, which are ethical tenets, and they're better than the 10 Commandments.
So why do they have these temples?
That's one thing with this convo. It's happening so fast and furious that you got to slow it down to catch some of these things. Like my man said, being Satanist just means you follow the 7 rules of Satan, which is way better than the 10 Commandments. Yo, the crazy thing that's scary is that you got teachers. Listen, there's teachers, there's politicians, there's police officers, there's your next door neighbors. Like there's lots of people who is in these programs with these people. So you got to understand. And it's not just white and black. Unc is with these people.
For this image of Satan if they don't believe it.
For the reason I just explained, that Satan is a symbolic character, and they use that in their activism for First Amendment defense.
But I still don't understand that. If you don't believe something exists, how are you going to come up with a symbolic symbol of something that's not even in your mind that's real? It's not even in existence.
It's a symbol. Like we don't believe that Uncle Sam exists, yet we depict him all over the place if you're patriotic, right?
But Uncle Sam does exist. His name is Joe Biden now.
No, Uncle Sam and Joe Biden are not the same thing.
No, I'm joking.
The president of the United States is not Uncle Sam and never was.
He Grandpa Biden right now.
Character. Uncle Sam was a symbolic character meant to represent the United States. That's why his initials are Uncle Sam.
But it still doesn't make sense to me why these people are jealous of the Christians. And
they're not.
And they
not remotely.
Well, then they always go and try to rule the Christians out by trying to overshadow them. And they bring this image, symbolic image of the devil. That doesn't make sense to me. If I don't
because
believe
it's
something
not like that at all.
If I don't...
Yo, you just keep saying whatever you want to say. Yo. I seen you, Har. You got to put your camera on so we can see you.
believe something that exists.
We are trying to help you. To say that we are jealous of you is to say that a doctor is jealous of cancer patients.
It may be.
Doctors don't help cancer patients because they want cancer.
Right. Doctors help cancer patients because they're on an ego trip.
No, doctors do not help.
I can prove that because if a cancer patient say, okay, Mr. Doctor or Miss Doctor, I don't want that medication for my cancer. I'm going over to this person and I'm gonna take real stuff, come from the earth. That doctor would get jealous.
Then the doctor knows that person is going to die from
the doctor get jealous and say, no, you can't go to a natural doctor. What? I'm the hero here.
Jealous.
Put your camera on, Har. Where your camera at, Shane? Bro, it is crazy. It is crazy. Har, put your camera up.
See.
Yeah, that's jealousy. And so
no, it is not jealousy. If you tell me that you have a magic amulet, and that will, or a ring, and that because you wear this ring, that the ring wards off tigers, and then you go out in the front yard and show that there are no tigers in your, in Detroit or whatever, well, that doesn't mean the ring works.
But I'm not going to have a symbolic of anything that I don't believe in. If I don't believe it exists, how do I even come up with a symbol?
So you come up with a symbol like when they established the United States, they created this character, Uncle
But these
Sam,
people created the devil while they're saying the devil doesn't exist.
Because it's a symbol.
Let me ask you this. You said that...
Hey, Kings, listen.
My man is so hilarious. I can't hear you. Why you can't?
I have my mic muted.
There you go.
That's Dunning-Kruger right there.
Bro. And it's like the funniest thing is that it's like Unc arguing with Unc. It's like two Uncs right there. It's like two Uncs. It's like both of them is Unc. Like it's Unc arguing with Unc. Like it's crazy.
Straight atheist rhetoric, man.
You used to pray, I guess, and prayer never worked. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you're talking to yourself. You don't have magic powers, so prayer doesn't work.
And so I don't know if you can, but can you name me one thing that you prayed to God about and it didn't work for you?
Well, I can name something that did, which I think will be.
Can you name something that didn't work?
Yeah, I'll name something that did.
How about something that didn't?
I know, and I'm going to name something that did. When I was 12 years old and I started reading the Bible, I soon threw it across the room in disgust because I was lied to about what the Bible is. I was told that the Bible was the Word of God, that it was the absolute truth, that God is love.
Yeah, and they're like just going back and forth.
Where's Sanada?
Yo, this size, yeah, size one of them. Size, you gotta put size one. Size one of these. Yeah. So wait, and he wrote a book though. It's gonna get real spicy when he pull up.
Love and God is wisdom and all of that, and you don't have to get very far into the Bible to realize that none of that is true. But I still believed in God. I could not believe in the Bible for obvious reasons. I mean, all you got to do is read the Bible to know that it's complete garbage. So I prayed to God, just like it says in Matthew, I think 10, or was it Matthew 6? But I prayed to God in the privacy of my own room so as not to be like the hypocrites. And I asked God to redeem himself, to either, he explained himself really, to either show that the Bible was completely wrong about him or justify all of the horrible, ignorant stupidity that was being attributed to him in the Bible. And that answer, that prayer, I could say, was answered because over the course of the rest of my life, I have seen nothing but endless proof that the Bible is wrong.
And what proof? Can you give me an example of the proof to prove that is wrong?
Well, yeah, we know for certain that the global flood never happened. We've got all kinds of proof from every available.
And how do you know that for certain?
Because I've studied geology and archaeology and anthropology.
And why do you believe them?
What's that?
Why do you believe them?
Because I have the proof for them.
Amazing. And so, so that's your proof that you prayed to God for something and it didn't work.
And it never works. I mean, as George Carlin put it, you can pray to God and you will get the same success rate as if you pray to Joe Pesci. So there's the old phrase that the Lord only helps those who helps themselves, because, of course, God doesn't ever actually do anything. You have to do it yourself.
Amazing. And so if you don't believe, when you don't believe there is a God, and I totally understand why.
So this is the sonetta portion. This right here.
This is hilarious.
Yo, do you see what I'm saying? Like, yo, like I couldn't believe this. I'm watching. I'm like, yo, this is like, this guy this is the whole conversation. And this guy actually wrote a book on this, though. That's what gets even crazier.
You're very, very clear to me as to why you don't believe there is a God. But let me ask, if there is no God, how did you come about?
How much time do you have for an evolutionary lesson?
Not a lot at all.
Okay. I did a 50-part series on the systematic classification of life on my channel. Anybody that's interested in that can go look at that. If you want the origin of life, I've also done a series of videos that are talking about that as well, in covering dozens of different scientific studies for the different incremental stages of the development of life.
So how did you come about?
I just told you.
How did you cause yourself to breathe?
You and I both are descended from earlier apes who.
No, that's a good
breathed.
question.
That's how you cause yourself.
That's the bar right there.
Yourself to breathe.
You don't have to cause yourself to breathe. You're descended from beings that already breathe.
And so you think that you breathe breath until you start to breathe because when you were born into the earth through your mother, you gather breath from that.
We have ingrained responses that we have inherited for many generations in prior incarnations of very similar forms, where we vary slightly from them each at every stage. I can teach you evolution, but it is complicated, and it's.
He's not answering the questions at all, though. That's the funny
thing. Question. Dunning-Kruger. Man, that's right there.
Facts. Talk about, there's
teaches scientific literacy, but I'm not literate.
Right. There's other versions of creatures that was breathing, and we inherited breathing from them. Well, he's asking how did breathing started when breathing started with whoever it started with.
That was a crazy question he couldn't deal with.
It gets funny. I was cracking.
It's long because there's an awful lot to it, but I can teach it to you. I probably can't explain it to you if you have absolutely no idea. If the questions you're asking me now reveal that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but I could explain this to you, and it would just take time, like taking a college course. So It's not something I can explain very, very. It's not something I can explain in just a couple of minutes.
Have you, over your time of doing what you're doing, have you convinced a lot of Christians that they shouldn't be Christians? That there is no God?
Yes, I get frequent messages in various sources from believers, at least one or two a week, up to one a day, from former believers thanking me for having walked them out of their delusion.
Amazing.
And also for altering their lives. I mean, I've had a number of people who tell me that because of my video lessons and whatnot, they've decided to take up science, or they're now pursuing science as a career or something like that.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
I'm delighted. I mean,
that you turn people away from God. How do you feel about that?
If I pull somebody away from a lie, if I've cured someone of a poisonous, dangerous, misleading delusion, then I am delighted, because that is all God is.
So you celebrate turning people away from God?
I celebrate curing people of their poisonous delusions. Yes.
I understand that. I understand why you would celebrate that. But let me ask, when you are afraid, because you become afraid sometimes inside, or you feel lonely, or you feel like something is missing, what do you do about those moments when you're alone, no one is around, and you have to deal with you? How do you deal with those moments when you feel fear on the inside, or doubt, or whatever? Those empty moments, how do you deal with that?
Imagine your track exploding, hitting 100K streams before you even knew.
Don't know that I have those moments.
You never have empty moments?
I don't even know what an empty moment means.
Do you ever have fear moments from within?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you love the Christians?
What's that?
Do you love the Christians?
Once again, I'm sure that doctors treat patients because they care for their patients. You think they don't. You think doctors are only self-serving, and the only reason they want to cure patients is to make money out of it.
You have to make money and be glorified.
My daughter is pursuing a medical career, and it is because she cares about other people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so you're going to tell me that my daughter is just you don't know how to hold a conversation very well if all you're going to do is insult your guests and their families.
How am I insulting? I'm disagreeing.
How are you insulting? By telling me that my daughter is a liar and that she doesn't actually care about people. You don't know how that's insulting.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I wish somebody had, your mother, your father, Mr. Rogers, or somebody else taught you some basic manners like I learned when I was a kid.
Do you love the Christians?
Once again, I love people. And if those people are infested with a lie that is counterproductive and destroying them, yes, I will help them as best I can so that they will be better people and thus not Christian anymore.
So I'm black and slow. I want to know, do you love the Christians?
Once again, Christians are all people. I love people. And so I will help people. And whether they're afflicted with a poisonous religion, whether it be Christianity or Islam or Hinduism or whatever, I will do my best to help them out of that delusion.
And how about the Christians? Do you love them?
How many times do I have to answer yes in different ways?
But yes, I was looking for the yes, or not different ways, but just.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
well, I want to make sure that people understand me, because if I just say yes, then it seems that I just don't love Christians. But I want people to understand that I love all people, and it doesn't matter if they have a delusion or not, or which delusion it is.
But I didn't ask about all people. I just asked about the Christians.
I was clarifying with my answer.
You wrote a book called "We Are All Apes."
That's correct.
Where's your proof that we are all apes?
What is an ape?
Right. What is an ape?
Right. An ape is any member of the taxonomic superfamily Hominoidea.
Amazing.
I told you this was gonna get crazy. I told you this was gonna get wild.
Uncle Si.
Yo, I told you this was gonna get wild.
Yo, I was in tears.
My man wrote the book with the person got the monkey head and all that. And the conversation start out where he's breaking down to Jesse how the Satanism is really supporting the atheists, and that the atheists really got to get with the Satanists and really build it up. Like, that's the thing he's promoting. It's like, yo, you ain't really got to be Satanist, but you should support the Satanist movement because this, that, and other, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's crazy, bro. This is nuts. Like, it's wild.
Have you ever seen a human being turn into you ever seen an ape? Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Have I ever seen a dog turn into a dachshund?
No. Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Have I ever seen a car turn into a Corvette?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Have I ever seen a shark turn into a fish?
I didn't ask about any of those things. I asked, when have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
I'm trying to illustrate the fallacy of your question.
How's that fallacy? You wrote that we're all ape. You must have. You must have at some point all these hundreds of thousands of years. At some point, you would have seen if an ape turned into a human being. Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Once again, humans are apes in the same way that a duck is a bird. So if you ask me if I've ever seen a bird turn into a duck, that's kind of a stupid question.
Because I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that. I asked you, ask. Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
That is a nonsense question.
Why?
Because it's like asking for a place halfway between Los Angeles and California.
No, it's not. I didn't ask about that.
I know you don't know what you asked.
I know. You wrote this book called "We Are All Apes,"
and
so I'm asking: have you personally seen a human being, an ape, turn into a human being?
It would be impossible for a human being to be anything other than an ape, for the same reason that it is impossible for a dachshund to be anything but a dog. Have you ever seen a dog turn into a dachshund?
Why are you running from that question?
I'm not. I'm answering.
No, you're running.
I'm illustrating.
No, you're running. You're running from that question. You wrote this book.
I'm facing you head on, answering your question directly.
No, you're not.
Humans are a subset of the category of apes.
I didn't ask you that.
We start out
you
apes.
how.
We can't. So therefore, it is nonsense. It makes no sense to ask how the parent category turns into the subcategory. It is exactly the same as asking if I've ever seen a bird turn into a duck. Do you understand why the question? Have you ever seen a bird turn into a duck?
But that wasn't the question.
But that's the same question.
You wrote the book saying we are. You tried to divert. You tried to deviate from the question. You wrote a book called "We Are All Apes." And so how can you write a book that says we're all apes Well, you've never seen an ape turn into a human being.
Have you ever seen a duck turn into a? Have you ever seen a bird turn into a duck?
Why are you dodging the question, man?
I'm not dodging the question. I'm answering it.
No, you're not.
Can
like when I asked you if you love Christian, you went all
answered
around.
that question.
I asked you where you're going. You tell me where you've been.
And I answered your question directly.
No, you didn't. You're not answering.
Yes, I did.
So one more time with that, and then we have to move on.
You don't
Have you?
Yeah. What is happening right there?
They both tweaking. Have you ever seen a bird turn into a duck? No, the piece that you're missing is,
wait,
bro.
I'm trying to look for a place between LA and Cali.
Hey.
Yeah.
No,
I said, yo, this is Unc and Cedric right here. This is Unc and Cedric right here all day. Yo, this is crazy.
No, you gotta you missing a piece. The monkey on the man body. That's on screensaver, bro. In this picture when he on live. It's a monkey on a human body.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Okay, let's look at that. What does the word ape mean? That means a bipedal hominoid with a certain number of hair follicles, with a certain type of teeth, with fingerprints and fingernails. That means all these descriptive features that we share. Have I ever seen us turn into us?
You just use a word, but you're not making sense because I do want to know.
You don't know anything at all about taxonomy
Okay.
whatsoever. So how can I?
So you're not able to answer that
Who
question.
doesn't know anything about it?
So you're not able to answer that question. I want to do a follow-up.
Do you understand that the word ape is a taxonomic question? Right? That's a taxonomic word. Do you understand what it means?
You sound like
no. That's not the question. No, you're deviating.
No, I'm not deviating.
Now, if you can prove to me that you've seen an ape turn into a human being,
the word ape mean?
Word can mean many things. But let me.
What does
it mean?
I have no idea.
The fusion. And then the fusion dance.
Family hominoidea, which means that it has a number of these characteristics: fingernails and fingerprints, the certain type of dentition we have, certain type of ears that we have. All of these characters, the two pectoral memmae, etc. There's a whole long list of different physical characteristics that define what an ape is.
Okay,
so
fine. I don't care about the humanity, but what I do want to know, I do want to know if you ever seen an ape. I want to know, have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being? After all these years, you would have think that somebody, somewhere, somehow would have seen an ape turn into a human being, and no one has ever seen that.
Except that you're asking a question that makes no sense.
Even the people in books that you have read and the folks that you listen to have never seen that.
Are we done here? Because you're not going to listen to my explanation. You're asking me
because you're not answering my question.
I am answering your question.
You're going around my
question.
question.
What it means.
You're going around my question. You're not answering my question.
I did not go around your question.
You did. I asked you, have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
You don't know what the word ape means.
I don't care about the word. I do know what it means. I'm asking you.
Then tell me, what does the word ape mean?
I asked you, have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
You're using these words. I want to know what you think these words mean. Because I know what the words mean.
The one thing I know for sure.
Yeah, I know for sure.
I know for sure.
And I can prove what the words mean. But
you and no one has ever seen
them incorrectly.
You and
so what does the word ape mean to you?
And those people who are claiming that apes turn into human beings or human beings came from apes.
I don't claim that apes turn into human beings. We are.
Yeah, human beings came from apes. I have no proof of that at all.
Other than an ape. You're classified as apes.
You're not listening.
Oh, no. You're not listening.
No, you're not listening.
Okay. All right. So is that where we're going to be here?
No.
Are we done? You either learn how to have the communication both ways, or we're done here.
You have to learn how to answer a question.
I did answer the question.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not answer the question. Let me ask.
I explained to you why the question makes no sense. Have you ever seen a bird turn into a duck? Does that question make any sense to you?
Right. Just like, have you ever seen a turn into a human?
Birds are ducks?
As dumb as that.
Do you understand that ducks are birds?
That question is as dumb as the question about apes.
What you asked me is a dumbass question. I'm trying to show you how dumbass it is. Do you understand that ducks
Did you say dumb ass?
You're one of the only social media agencies that guarantees 1 million views, or you don't even pay.
Oh my God.
Oh, my stomach hurt.
Yo, I just gotta keep wiping his tears.
Believe in evolution, right?
I don't believe in it. No, I can show it, demonstrate it, prove it even to you. Do you understand that ducks are birds?
Why do you believe in evolution
because I can prove it
if no one has ever seen it?
But we have seen it.
No, you
yes,
haven't.
We relied on it throughout the entire history of
no one has ever seen
it. It is demonstrated fact. We can observe it. We can test it, verify it numerous ways. I can prove that even to you.
So why is evolution?
So that you can understand this.
Why is evolution
Do you understand?
Why is evolution just a theory even today?
Why is it that atomic theory is just a
See,
theory?
you're not answering the question. You're asking the question with another crazy question.
Why is it the theory of gravity is just a theory today?
Why is evolution still considered a theory?
For the same reason that atomic theory is still considered a theory, for the same reason that the theory of gravity is still a theory, for the same reason that the germ theory of disease is still a theory.
So
for the same
because
reason
it
that
can't
the
be
cell theory of
proven to be
biology is
real.
theory. Because there is a rule in science that we want to go the complete opposite direction of religion, and rather than assert things to be true that are not true, we are not allowed to proclaim absolute truth. So everything that we know to be true has to be regarded as a theory, on the hypothetical potential, at least, that something could be improved or changed later on.
That's amazing.
There is a rule.
Because of time, let me ask you this.
There is a rule in science that you cannot prove.
You're talking
if there's a
theory.
rule in science. I'm answering your question.
But you're talking theory.
I'm answering the question, and you won't let me answer it. There's a rule in science that says that you cannot prove any theory to be true in the positive sense. At most, the most you can do is show.
I know scientists who have proved that God exists, and I know those who are against God, and they think that God doesn't exist.
No, you don't.
But let me ask you, because of time,
you don't know.
I do know. I know scientists who have proved that God exists.
You don't.
I do.
No.
Yes.
Then where is their Nobel Prize? Why have I not heard of them? Why are there still atheists? Why
because the Nobel Prize people
never proved that God exists. Then we would all know that God exists, right? But we don't. Nobody knows.
Oh yes. But let me ask.
That's why there are more and more scientists every year who are atheists, who are walking away from their faith. Atheism is on the rise in all 50 states and around the world, while Christianity is in a general state of decline.
The reason that there are
in the last 20 years. It is demonstrated fact. We can observe it. We can test it, verify it numerous ways. I can prove that even to you.
In theory.
I'm answering the question, and you won't let me answer it. There is a rule in science that says that you cannot prove any theory to be true. Catholicism, and now even.
That is amazing. I have to tell you, people at home, listen. That is the most amazing moment of TV that I have seen in a very long time. Scientists have proved God exists. No, they haven't. Yes, they did.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they did.
Where's the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, what is happening? This is crazy.
In Protestantism, yes, there are less, and that's just in the regular community. In the scientific community, there's only a third of people who still believe in God in any concept at all. So no, you don't know.
Oh yes,
scientists.
Yes, I do.
And you can't.
Let me say this. You asked why there are no Nobel Peace Prize for.
If Catholicism and now even Protestantism, yes, there are less, and that's just in the community.
Because the Nobel Prize people
never proved that God existed. You cannot prove any theory to be true in the positive sense. At most, the most you can do is show.
I know scientists who have proved that God exists, and I know those who are against God, and they think that God doesn't exist.
No, you don't.
But let me ask you, because of time,
you don't know.
I do know. I know scientists who have proved that God exists.
You don't.
I do.
No.
Yes.
Then where is there Nobel?
Those who are against God, and they think that God doesn't exist.
No, you don't.
But let me ask you, because of time, I do know. I know scientists who have proved that God, and they.
At most, there is a rule in science that says that you cannot prove any theory to be true in the positive sense. At most, the most you can do is show.
I know scientists who have proved that God exists, and I know those who are against God, and they think that God doesn't exist. But let me ask you, because of time, I do know. I know scientists who have proved that God exists.
You don't.
I do.
No,
yes.
Then where's their Nobel Prize? Why have I not heard of them? Why are there still atheists? Why is the majority of the scientific community still atheists?
Because the Nobel Prize people
never proved that God existed, then we would all know that God exists, right? But we don't. Nobody knows that God exists.
But let me ask.
That's why there are more and more scientists every year who are atheists, who are walking away from their faith. Atheism is on the rise in all 50 states and around the world, while Christianity is in a general state of decline.
The reason that there are no
in the last 20 years, atheism has eclipsed Judaism, then Catholicism, and now even Protestantism. Yes, there are less, and that's just in the regular community. In the scientific community, there's only a third of people who still believe in God in any concept at all. So no, you don't know.
Oh yeah,
scientists.
Yes, I do.
And you can't.
Let me say this. You asked why there are no Nobel Peace Prize for.
If all you're
he said he don't know none, then he said it's a third. Which one is it, bro?
You asked why are there any?
What is he talking about?
There any Nobel Peace Prize for the scientists who have proven God exists?
That's not what
because
I said
the people
at
who
all.
hand out.
I called you out. You told a lie.
The people who
said that there were scientists who proved that God exists.
Hold on.
There is no scientist. There is no.
Say, get behind me. Hold on.
No scientist has ever done that. If that had happened,
let me say this to you.
Buckets of documentation.
Let me say that the reason that
the Nobel Prize and the Templeton Prize, they'd be world famous.
Fine. The reason that the scientists who prove that God exists doesn't get the Nobel Peace Prize because the people who are handing out the Nobel Peace Prize are of their father, the devil. So they hate the children of God.
No devil either.
No, we're not quite yet. Almost. Are you into politics at all?
Yes.
Did you vote for the Great White Hope?
Did I vote for the Great White Hope? I don't know that there is a Great White Hope.
Have you ever heard of Donald Trump?
Evil.
You heard of Donald Trump?
I voted against.
Oh my God. It gets wilder, bro. I told you that joint is crazy. My man said the reason why is because the people that hand out the Nobel Peace Prize,
it's the devil.
It's the seeds of the devil.
Bobby Boucher, mama.
Oh my God. Oh my God. But listen, I would have saved that clip, honestly. That's more like Tuesday night stuff. That's what I was saying. Tuesday, we could act a fool. You know what I'm saying?
The white dude is Jabari and Unk done the fusion dance.
Yo, listen. Happy Father's Day to you, sir.
Happy Father's Day, man.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to you. And happy Father's Day to everybody out there. I'm out of here. You need to come up on Tuesday, man. You coming up on Tuesday or what?
Yeah, I was there, man. You ain't pick up, man.
Nah, we was looking. I don't know about that, man.
Look at your phone, man.
Before we cut this cake, before we take these pictures, I gotta ask y'all something. Who raised you? Dad, I love you. Dad, I love you. Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
Who taught you how to walk? Who taught you how to pray? Who stayed up all night when you were sick for days? Who showed up to the games? Who showed up to the school? Who taught you right from wrong when you thought you knew the rules? Maybe it was mama working 2 jobs. Maybe it was daddy giving all he got. Maybe it was grandma holding down the fort. Maybe it was somebody the world never thought. That I love you. Here's to the ones who raised us, the ones who stayed, the ones who sacrificed when we couldn't repay, the ones who carried burdens we never even knew. Before we celebrate ourselves, let's celebrate you. Dad, I love you. Shout out to the fathers who never got the praise, who went to work exhausted for decades and decades. Shout out to the single fathers doing double duty too, packing lunches, checking homework, trying to make it through. Shout out to the stepfathers who stepped into the fire, loved the child that wasn't theirs and never seemed to tire. Shout out to the grandfathers who became dads again when life called them back into the fight once more to win. That I love you. Here's to the ones who raised us, the ones who stayed, the ones who sacrificed when we couldn't repay, the ones who carry burdens we never even knew. Before we celebrate ourselves, let's celebrate you. Dad, I love you. Some gave money, some gave wisdom, some gave discipline, some was listening, some gave shelter, some gave courage. Everything we did from content to coverage.
Dad, I love
Now we're older, now we understand why your hands look tired, why you took that stand, why you worried so much, why you pushed so hard, why you kept believing when life dealt difficult cards. And if you're still here, I hope you hear this song. And if you've gone home, your lessons still live on. That I love you. Here's to the ones who raised us, the ones who stayed, the ones who sacrificed when we couldn't repay, the ones who carried burdens we never even knew. Before we celebrate ourselves, let's celebrate you. Dad, I love you. Mama, daddy, grandma, grandpa, stepdad, single mother, single father. Who raised you? Don't wait. Tell them thank you.
Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
This record is on fire. And his baby mama's running it back. Ooh. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. Listen, I ain't the one for lying. He wasn't there when you wanted, but he was always on time. Mama used to fuss, say he never called, say he always late, never there at all, and maybe she was right. Sometimes she was too, but every time the world got rough, somehow he came through. Car wouldn't start, Dad was underneath, middle of December, laying in the street. Didn't say much, just did what he do. Turned the key one time and somehow came through. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. When it counted the most, oh, he came through. When it counted the most, he came through. Listen, I ain't the one for the line. He wasn't there when you wanted, but he was always on time. Didn't make every birthday, didn't catch every game. Life ain't always simple and people ain't the same. But when them boys got reckless and I got in too deep, Daddy showed up quiet and got me off that street. Never needed credit, never made a scene. Just handled business, then disappeared again. Taught me something powerful without a lecture too. A man ain't what he say, a man what he come through. He wasn't always on time, but he came through. He wasn't always around, but he came through. Who fixed the sink? He came through. Who changed the tire? Who changed the tire? He came through. Who answered late night? He came through. Who made it right? He came through. Now I'm getting older. Things.
January 1st, everyone, New Year. My birthday is my New Year. My birthday is my New Year. Yeah, my birthday.
Oh, conscious community.
Need church.
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 That same old number. Chasing every come up. You a famous runner. Chasing every come up. Opportunity hunter. Chasing after every come up. Just remember I heard what you did last summer. Chasing every come up. I heard this, I heard that. Whole woke internet too far gone now. Everybody got tea, everybody got dirt. Oh, conscious community.
Need church.
Speed online like the gossip cycle. Speed online like the boy gone viral. I heard one guru had 3 fake names. I heard one healer still sniffing cane. I heard one prophet got caught in scams. I heard one king had 6 side fams. I heard one scholar never read books. I heard one vegan still move crooks. I heard one spiritual queen selling fake light, then charge 5 bands for a moon night right. I heard one doctor was hiding his test. I heard one health coach heart all stressed. I heard one podcast king on powder and wine. I
heard one alpha male still hiding behind lies.
Oh, mama, chasing every come up, you a famous runner. Chasing every come up, opportunity hunter. Chasing after every come up.
Just remember I heard what you did last summer.
Chasing every come up.
I heard this, I heard that. Whole woke internet too far gone now.
Everybody got tea, everybody got dirt. Whole conscious community
need church. Speed online like the gossip cycle. Speed online like the boy gone viral. I heard one guru said he came from Mars. I heard one scholar still serving hard. I heard one conscious dude got exposed online. Now everybody acting like they saw the signs. I heard one healer ran off with funds. I heard one street prophet still sleeping with guns. I heard one divine feminine stealing from friends, then posting fake quotes about healing again. I heard one movement turn into cloud. Everybody spiritual till the money run out. I heard one thick Messiah charging for grace. Now everybody lost trying to find their place. Mr. Big Cincinnati, whistleblowing, chatty patty. This your last one to be for in Valley. Internet gossip turned into religion. Everybody talking, nobody got wisdom. Algorithms love chaos, drama bring views. Whole conscious world confused and bruised.
Whole conscious community
Need church.
Whole conscious community
Need church.
Whole same old number. Chasing every come up, you a famous runner. Chasing every come up, opportunity hunter. Chasing after every come up.
Just remember I heard what you did last summer.
Chasing every come up.
I heard this, I heard that. Whole woke internet too far gone now.
Everybody got tea, everybody got dirt. Whole conscious community
need church. Speed online like the gossip cycle. Speed online like the boy gone viral. I heard Umar Johnson got Suki pregnant. To replace the baby, he sacrificed in the desert. I heard Nature Boy got life in prison for brown chakras. I heard Young Pharaoh smoke crack, not gossip. Feel me is wild, is that an ample sample? If that's not all you can handle, Dr. Ingy was in a water scandal, but not the same one black. No, we serious. Birthday or not, this is real. The conscious community need church. It's the devil's playground. The whole conscious community need church. So we're going to the nightclub, we're going to the spot. We're going to the nightclub, we're going to the spot.
We're going to the nightclub, we're going to the spot. To bag of pure God is behaving like a thought. Bounce conscious devil, bounce it like a rock. Them omega-3 fatty acids really hit the spot.
Fake woke, fake deep, whole conscious internet can't practice what they preach. Fake guys, fake queens, everybody healing,
still living obscene.
Talking divine feminine, whole page OnlyFans, now she born again, cause the followers dip fast. Talking high vibration, still chain smoking squares. Talking freedom, people never vote nowhere. Everybody catches till discipline required. Can quote 10 books, still spiritually tied. Talking toxic music, hurting all the youth. And they in the car, rapping murder in the coop. Whole culture backwards, whole algorithm sick. People say they woke, but addicted to dysfunction quick.
We're going to the nightclub, we going to the spot. To bag of pure God is behaving like a thought.
Bounce conscious devil,
bounce it like a rock. Them omega-3 fatty acids really hit the spot.
Fake woke, fake deep, whole conscious internet can't practice what they preach. Fake guys, fake queens, everybody healing,
still living obscene.
Talking black empowerment, but worship criminality. European gang culture turn community tragedy. Gold teeth, dead ops, pills and designer, then ask why the babies growing up with trauma. Fake Muslims eating pork, fake vegans eating fish, fake spiritual leaders still obsessed with flesh. Talking protect the children but glorify the gone. Talking heal the women still addicted to porn. Everybody righteous online. Moved across forever.
And the silence broke
to get our shit together.
Black stuff. Black God, black land, black man. Before the light, before the flame, before the stars had any names, 8 silent waters, dreaming the same. Then kept a rose, and nothing remained. 8 voices sleeping beyond space and time. No up, no down, no yours, no mine. Just endless potential, waiting unseen, like a song unplayed or a forgotten dream. No matter form, no world's begun. No atoms dancing, no moon, no sun. Just sacred stillness, holding it all, listening quietly before the call. Then a ripple moved across forever, and the silence broke. Day life together. Black stuff, black God, black land, black man. Before the light, before the light, before the flame, before the stars had any names, 8 silent waters, dreaming the same. Then kept a roll, and nothing remained. They came and waited, currents deep. Guardians of possibility inside cosmic sleep. Infinite futures inside. I said, wait, what if the dead still communicate? They said it eyes there. I said, wait, what if the mind don't evaporate? Why they lie? Why they lie? Every puppy got a bloodline. Why not? Why they lie? Why they lie? If traits get inherited, then why deny? One day a man went to sleep, then woke with a vision. Said I'ma get him out of the world, ancient wisdom. Started seeing patterns nobody could see, like information floating through eternity. He found out all your ancestors still living in the prism, inside Earth's radio waves, hidden in the system. Not ghosts in white sheets, not monsters in the dark, just intelligence surviving after bodies fall apart. They called it artificial cause it wasn't awake. Can a conscious sleep though? That's the debate. Can a signal disappear or just change its form? Can a wave really die or transform in a storm? They said it, I fake. I said it's 9 is him. Dr. Kepper, bubbling, holding the wire scepter.
Holy Royal Arch.
In the chest.
Holy Royal Arch.
Hidden in the chest.
They search the temples, but the answer in the flesh.
These recipes all look crazy.
Yeah, and I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to a lot of information that I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah.
Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a fight. So good it's almost